Okay. Okay, hold on. Just checking a couple things. We had some technical difficulties today. The computer I run on decided, hey, it was a good time to restart in the middle of get everything set up. So I had to reset everything back up. But yeah, I know this is an earlier one. I know we haven't done one of these ever. I think the last one I did that was early was what? Maybe it was like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. But we're here. We're hanging out. You can turn the volume up on that music just a little bit. Sorry, I'm snacking too. I was gonna snack before, but with everything crashing the way it did, I was like, shit, no time for snacking. Yeah, so just real quick, I do want to kind of say at the very top of this, I have a video that I am currently working on. It's very short though, not necessarily conversation related, but I just stuff that's been going on over the last like couple days. I was like, oh, this is kind of funny. Let me poke at that. Hey, what's up, April? How are you doing? I was like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and do that. I'll do something that's fun or funny to me at least. And then I'm gonna kind of give it another week before I start dipping into any sort of mystery conversation content. I know we kind of came up with an idea, but I don't know. I've been kind of liking the little break I kind of gave myself. I was kind of getting burnt out. And I think I'm going to be working on an actual, like, hey, what's up, Antifa? How are you doing? Yeah, so I'm going to be working also on a video about APAC. I kind of started the outline of the script last night. That's going to be kind of my goal, is to get something out soon. It's going to be kind of like built around the concept of lobbying, but with a focus on APAC, because I think a lot of people think, oh yeah, I vote Democratic. You know, the people that are representing me, you know, who are Democrats, they're looking out for my best interest, but most of the time, they're being funded by APAC, who is in turn like in the hands of Israel. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about this. So, you know, everyone likes to point and be like, oh yeah, the conservatives, the evangelical Christians are the ones who are funding it. And, you know, they have a lot of ties to Israel, of course, because, you know, they think it's, you know, the Jewish, you know, they think it's the birthplace of like Jesus Christ and all that stuff. So yeah. What's up, Ham? How are you doing? I personally look at it and I'm like, look, it's a fun story. Cool. I don't know what's true with the whole Jesus thing. I'm an atheist. So I have a little less of a did we ever find out who the 2 pilots were who were rescued from Iran at the start of the war? No, we never did. Because that never happened. That's the shit that like blows my mind, and it's the reason why like lately, like anytime something about Trump comes out, I'm like, they're just trying to obfuscate the truth about everything. It's all lies that come out of the administration. It's all lies coming out of any form of media at the moment. Nope, no pilots named. Yeah, none. It's pretty goddamn bad. You know, I've always entertained the concept of a conspiracy theory. This is the first time where a conspiracy actually is like kind of the truth at this moment. Looking at the way Trump was handing out medals at his State of the Union speech, and I know he would have done that with the 2 pilots, 100%. Now there are 2 more pilots. Yeah, that's the thing though. They were handing out medals just willy-nilly because, you know, I hate to say it, the GOP and bootlickers love seeing that shit. They love seeing people get medals. They like that bravado, that fake sheen of you know, of patriotism. and it's all bullshit. Dude, I live in California. The amount of misinformation is being blasted out there is freaking crazy. Yeah, I mean, you're in a crazy spot because the whole Spencer Pratt thing is banana sandwich. Like, they're all like, oh, he got fucking cheated out of being in the runoff. And I'm like, bitch, please. Like, any normal human being who lives in California, most of the people are voting by mail. So you fucking know Spencer Pratt was not going to be in that runoff. Even when I was seeing the numbers come in, I was like, it's very crazy that the numbers were that high for Spencer Pratt. But it doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me that he would be in that runoff. Now, if they want to sit there and scream like, election fraud or whatever, prove it. Trump has never proven the 2020 election fraud. So, yeah, it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And the funny thing is, people fall for it. People feed into it. And, you would think in this day and age, with the amount of information you can find and look up, it's just bullshit. There's no way Spencer Pratt, no way. They're saying that you can register with a gym membership. What the fuck? Oh, the square worm thing is insane too. I agree. Look. I want to word this right because, my stance is this. I think Trump is literally smoke and mirrors. It's bullshit. His presidency is here just to bring on basically the dismantling of what makes the United States the United States. And I think Elon doing what he did and just Doge, basically, I'm going to use this as a verb. He doged the shit out of the fucking government, and it's fucked. He has actually done what I would probably consider irreparable damage to the United States. And if it's true that he fucking manipulated the election, this is shit that the Democrats should be all over, and they're not. And I've been saying this for a while, but they're all in on it. They're all in on it. It's all a big fucking cosmic joke at this point. I digress. Yeah, I have very little faith in politicians because I think anyone who wants to truly be a politician, those are the people you should be worried about. Those are the people you should be concerned because they're in it for themselves and not for the people who they represent. I do like Graham Plattner, though. I think he's one of the few people. He's flawed. He owns up to being flawed too, and it doesn't seem like he can be manipulated, which is crazy. But yeah, I don't trust anyone who wants to be a politician at this point. Hey, what's up, Hopeless? How are you doing? My theory is that this payback, Trump created Doge so Elon could grab as much data as he could and shut down any department that potentially hurt his efforts. I mean, look at what's happening with the, NSA and CIA. Aren't they shutting those down? And I was thinking about running for a local office to fix the lack of public transportation. So, side of ham, I'm going to say this. If you're running for an actual reason, like, hey, I want to fix things, that's different than, hey, I want to be president. Or I want to be in the Senate, because I think when we get to that point where people are in front of cameras and they're like, I am running for Senate. I want to do good. I want to do change. The question is, okay, who is funding that person? Why is that person there? If you're looking to do change and you're not going to be taking like lobbyist money and you're upfront about it, like I love Bernie Sanders. I think Bernie Sanders was one of the few people who has been honest and I think votes with his own convictions. Yeah, he votes. Sometimes he does things that people don't agree with. He's done stuff that I don't really kind of agree with either. Some statements about Israel did not. Some of the statements about Israel kind of like pissed me off, but it's fine. Like everyone makes mistakes. I can look past those things. I'm waiting for Nancy Mace to blame her loss on trans people. It's probably going to happen. That's their go-to. The Conservative Party is they're the biggest crybabies and they blame everything on everyone else because they cannot look at themselves and go, yeah, maybe I was not a good candidate. And also, it's just so easy to blame things on trans people. It just seems like that is like an easy out. Hey, Dragonfly, how are you doing, by the way? I'm waiting for the next person who's going to be like talking about Jewish space lasers at this point. By the way, for anyone who's new in here, my name's Joel. I've been doing those videos that everyone has been possibly enjoying or possibly getting mad at me about. Just think, what if Bernie got elected? Would things be different? You know, I ask that question all the time. With the way the establishment, like the Democratic like establishment, actually kind of functioned during that period of time on both not runoffs, but both what is it called? I have like a slight migraine today, so if I'm slow, it's because of that. But essentially, they did not. It's going to bother me now. So essentially, basically losing out to both Hillary and Biden, even though he was ahead in pretty much every single poll, just proves to me that there's just there's nothing real to all of this. The primaries, fuck, god damn it, it just took me a second. Yeah, in the Democratic primaries, presidential primaries, yeah, losing was fucked. Did Trump really say he loved inflation? I haven't watched. Just saw the thumbnail just now. Wait, do we need to look it up? I'm down. This is new. They're gonna start mining the ocean soon. Trump did an EO. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, what's up, Keen? Welcome in. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Let me pull up my screen here. And we will I'm gonna drop the music down just a tad bit. And we will bump up. There we go. Got it. Got it really low now. Okay, so I do have the Patrick Bet-Davis, Mehdi Hassan stuff pulled up. He did say that about inflation. All right, let's find it. Trump likes inflation. Okay. We found it. Let me find a video though. Okay, we've got the BBC here. Take a look. Take a look. All right. Trump is such a big man. Then he only won against women. Yeah, he's only won against women. That's true. Migraine brain is real. It is the worst. I'll talk honestly real quick about the migraine. I've had a migraine for the last week and a half, and it goes from low grade to high grade every other day. I might actually have to go back to a neurologist and see what the hell's going on. So all right, okay, where is the skip advertisement button here? This is why I like watching everything on YouTube. I pay for the YouTube premium stuff just so I don't have to watch ads. Ads are the bane of my existence. And plus, I hate fucking Adobe.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's make sure everyone can hear that because he does say that. He does say that. That is. Don't. Oh my. I am.
Marketing needs in one spot. An AI assistant. Show me what you got. AI breakdowns on trend.
No. This up. Thanks. I was at Denver headquarters for the primary election night party. He was in first place. Was a blood, sweat, and tears Bernie volunteer. Yeah, you know, and that's the stuff that. Oh shit! Hold on. Let me pull this back up. Yeah, that's the stuff that really pissed me off to see him so far ahead. Especially, I think even in the Hillary one. I know that was a little bit closer, but I know in the Biden one, they basically just they basically just pushed him out. It was fucked. I have chronic migraines also. I see the doctors at the Houston Headache Institute. How does that go for you? I went and saw someone, and essentially there were two things that were going on. It was a lack of vitamin D, which it's not vitamin Dick. It's an actual vitamin, guys. And then two, it was the fact that I get stress headaches, which are all muscle related. And so they essentially were like, get massages regularly. And I'm like, okay, no one can afford that unless you're rich. And then two is like the vitamin D thing's easy. You know, it's just making sure I'm taking a multivitamin. But over, I would say the last like 3 to 4 months, it's gotten just worse. It's gotten worse.
This war is over. You know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taken out?
This motherfucker talks at such a low fucking volume. Like, I cannot hear it, and I have the audio cranked on my end. Am I gonna have to, like, bass boost this? Hold on.
Millions of barrels of oil. Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night.
Oh, you guys can't even see this. Hold on. All right. This is what happens when you have too many screens up.
I will.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No,
headwind
I love it.
for
The
Republicans
numbers were
in terms of
great.
trying to hold
You know what I
up the
really
House and
love?
Senate?
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now.
He sounds awful.
Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil?
I am the...
Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now.
Here's the thing about Trump, and I'm going to say it, and I've been saying it for the past like 4 streams. Everyone wants to report that he is dying. He's going to die soon. They've been saying that literally since 2018, 2019. Like, and I'm at a point where I'm like, if he was going to die, he'd be dead. I will worry about him dying when I see him wheeled out on a stretcher, or I get the propaganda video where he is like going out in a blaze of glory, because they're not going to let him die in office without making him a martyr. That is legitimately my conspiracy theory. That's the one thing that I am like dead set on, because you look at everything leading up to the second election, they made him look so good, and it's a bunch of bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit.
We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history.
And this is the shit that people need to be hitting him on when he says this shit out loud. Reporters should be on top of him, being like, okay, but that does not correlate to America doing good. The stock market only equates to the people who invest in the stock market doing good. And I'm going to be very honest with you today. The stock market looks like shit. It looks like absolute horse shit. So him talking about how good the economy's doing, he's full of fucking shit. Okay, hold on here. Yeah, massages don't help. Yeah, that's the other thing too for me. It's this idea that massages help. They help me for a little bit, but not much. They say not to go to a chiropractor. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. I'm very anti-chiropractor because of the practices of chiropractic, not necessarily being rooted in true like science. It's what, Christian Science, right? It's not my cup of tea. And I see people, and I've also heard people walk out of those situations actually doing worse over time. So yeah, I tend to avoid it. Mine started out as being hereditary, but has worsened with neck and back issues. There are a few meds that have really helped. Sumatriptan is the only thing that has ever stopped it, full stop, and shit tons of caffeine along with it. I currently take like half a sumatriptan now, just literally the last week, I've taken one every day. I don't want him to die before he sees everything Trump tore down. I also don't want him to be a martyr. So my thing is, I need him to live past, I need into the next election. I need him to live that long at least, because if he dies, it needs to be not in the office. I could see it turning into just a shitstorm. To get migraines, awesome. They're usually sinus related too. So growing up, I used to get a lot of sinus infections. So I know exactly what you're talking about when it comes to like those type of headaches. Mine are not sinus related at all. I actually have a pressure point on the back of my neck that if I press it, it literally just stops. The problem is that you press it too much or you massage it too much, it gets bruised, and then the headaches just come back they just come back full force. That's why I get concerned that like migraines won't work for me. Yeah, suggest some meds. I'm probably gonna have to go to a doctor at some point here. As I've gotten older, man, I could talk about ailments that I deal with. My I'll say it. I actually have an issue now. I played guitar for a good chunk of my life, like not like professionally or anything like that, but as a hobby. And yeah, now I can't hold a guitar without excruciating pain in my thumb. So I actually have to go to a doctor for like a couple of things, and I'm scared I might be running into arthritis territory because it runs on my mom's side of the family pretty hardcore. All right, I don't want to keep pausing too much here. Let's watch him lie.
Highest 401ks in history.
Yeah, and he can't die
Everything was
in
going
office.
well, and I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful.
And see, this is his shit though. He got us into an unnecessary war, and then he sits here and talks about how good we're doing. And the reality is like we're not doing good. Reporters need to hold his fucking feet to the fire if they're going to interview him, because we keep letting him get away with this bullshit. I have to get under a hot shower with a pounding massager hitting the top of my head. So yeah, that's the other thing too. Are you communist? All the hashtag. No, I put communist in there just so I can get people in here to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, no, I'm a socialist. I think the government should be doing things to benefit people that pay taxes, and not the elitist billionaires and Trump's family, Elon Musk. None of those guys. Those guys should be taxed, I think, 99%. I'm being honest. Like there should be no such thing as a billionaire, let alone 100 millionaire. That should not be a thing. So yeah, no, I'm not a communist. I don't think the government should own and run and operate completely. Well, okay. Let me backtrack, because I think when people think of communists, they think of like Soviet Russia and like old school China. I'm not for that type of communism. I think the stuff that's been described, and I'm not completely fluent on it. I watch a lot of Hassan Piker, and I've watched him for years. But I know I lean hardcore progressive socialist, because I just need the government to help the people and not literally bend everyone over and routinely fuck them, because that's what's happening right now.
We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of experts.
Yeah, because Bob would call a socialist a communist because he thinks that's what socialists are communists, and that's not the case. The funny thing is that I believe the United States was on the course to be a socialist country back when FDR was around, and it took a bunch of people who were like, "But I like money," to come in and basically change everything. I think the idea or the concept of lobbyists and the fact that they can influence the people we vote in is an absolute tragedy. And I think like what Bernie Sanders is trying to do is like limit the amount of money a lobbyist can quote unquote donate. I think they need to go further and they need to eradicate lobbyists. And if anyone is taking money from a lobbyist or someone who is trying to manipulate or like push an agenda, those people involved in that should all go to prison. You know, but that's my stance. Like I think that shit's fucked. Here's a good group of meds that have been working. Ubrelvy. Okay. If you feel one coming, diclofenac, if it doesn't go away, monthly Amiovig injections. Okay. Yeah, no money for lobbyists. I'm so hardcore anti-lobbyist that if someone would be like, Joel, if you could just do like spend a day just changing everything, what would you do? It would be literally making it so hardcore illegal that lobbyist money should never reach the hands of anyone in a public office, and it should never have and should not influence how we run the government. And I would also probably like absolutely nuke the budget for the Department of War. Everyone that is not MAGA is a communist. And Kathy, you're correct in that because he does call everyone who literally sits moderate to left, even the quote rhinos that they talk about are all communist in their mind. But the reality is that the stuff that Bob and them enjoy currently about this country and the way it's working is it's socialism for the rich at the moment. That is just legitimately what it is. I had someone in one of the comments on one of the videos basically be like, what do you mean socialism for the rich? And I was like, because they're the ones who benefit. They get the bailouts. They get everything that should be provided to a normal person. We live in a country now where corporations are considered people. That is fucked. Like outright fucked. So I don't know. Like when someone said that to me, I was just like, you can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, and you can sit here and nitpick and be like, well, actually, I was like, no, it is. It is. The only people who benefit from any sort of program in the United States are the rich. To be honest, a MAGA is a rhino. Republican name only. Exactly. That's the other thing too. It's like when he says that shit, I'm like, but you're MAGA. Like you're fucking like Tea Party fucking, you're hardcore Tea Party. That's what you are. This Make America Great Again thing is literally the Tea Party. Fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene
like
is Tea Party.
And it was worth it.
And she's also well, she was also MAGA.
And the other thing is that oil would go to $250 a barrel. It's at 80.
It is going to. Yeah, Trump said we can't spend money on childcare and Medicare, etc., because we need the money for the military and the military contracts, which, I believe Eric Trump is involved in all that shit too. So he's getting money directly from the government because he's a part of these like military fucking contracts as well. Can't remember the name of the company he's part of right now, but feeding the elderly. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, I was talking to my sister this weekend, and she was talking about the fact, like, and I hadn't heard this, but apparently, like, people are concerned that we are gonna not have access to Social Security by, she said 2037, and I was like, I think it's high. I think it's like 2057. But I didn't look into it, but it was something we were talking about, and I'm like, no, I think by the time me and my sister get to being 60, 65, yeah. Wasn't that Reagan slogan, Make America Great Again? Yeah. I believe it was. And that's the irony behind all of this shit, is that Trump basically took what made Reagan popular and shit like that and then just amped it up. Because literally Reagan was, for all intents and purposes, literally a movie star slash celebrity. And I mean, that's kind of what Trump is, even though he's not a movie star. He's just a shitty fucking reality TV star. And even then, not even a real reality TV star, a game show reality TV star. To me, that's the stuff that's gross. I'm going to look up the Reagan quote real quick just to confirm.
Which is pretty amazing. And here's the key. We just hit today another stock market high. 74 in my short time here. 74 days we hit stock market all time.
Okay, Reagan coined the campaign slogan, "Let's make America great again." So basically, Trump just dropped the "let's." Like the people who run his campaign were like, "Let's just drop the let's and just make it our own thing." And I will say this, Reagan did not make America great again. Not at all.
Historical highs. Nobody can believe it. The Dow, the S&P. S&P was at 7,000. They said in 4 years.
Social Security by 2032.
We'll
Okay, she was right.
It was too much. I hit it in my first year. I hit on the Dow, it was 50,000 was an impossible number. They said 5-6 years out.
MAGA's original land slogan.
And now I get everyone in the room and say congratulations.
Okay.
But now I'm going to take it down a little bit because
Depletion of program trust funds.
And they all agreed with me, Todd. You remember?
Could only cover up to 80% of payout. So we're not going to completely losing it, but it's going to cut what we're getting down.
And we have paid for that war many, many times over. And we have great relationships with the people of Venezuela. We get along with them great. It was a great success. It was a one-day war. It was really, to be exact, 48 minutes of fury, and it was over. And Venezuela is doing great. Relationships with the people are great. It's become a happy country, believe it or not. I mean, it's become a happy country.
Who is he saying has become a happy country? Is he talking about Iran? Wait.
It was really, to be exact, 48 minutes of fury, and it was over. And Venezuela is doing great. Relationships with the people are great. It's become a happy country, believe it or not. I mean, it's become a happy country. And we're taking out millions of barrels of oil from Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Okay. I was like, what the fuck is he saying?
And essentially, we've done the same thing. It doesn't look as pretty, but there's no Navy. 159 ships at the bottom of the sea. There's no Air Force. All of their planes are blown up.
Why is this something to brag about? This is the shit that anytime I listen to him, I'm like, why the fuck why do you think this is a good thing? Why do you think, yeah, we fucked them all up? It's great. Fantastic. Fucking awesome. Yeah, fuck them. They're doing great, though.
Most of their drones are gone. Most of their drone-making ability is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. All of their leadership is gone. So
he's talking about Iran here, but
all of
seriously.
That leadership is gone. So they replaced it. And that's the people we're dealing with now.
Okay. So here's the thing. I don't think what he's saying is true because they're absolutely doing major damage to the area Iran is. If they just raised the limit on millionaires to pay into Social Security, it wouldn't be a problem. I will go hopeless. I'll go further. They should be taxing millionaires like out the ass. And on top of that, like I said earlier, billionaires should be taxed 99%. With no loopholes at all, because like I said, there should be no fucking way anyone should have $1 billion, let alone $1 trillion. Was it Elon's going to have 70 trillion over the course of the next 15, 20 years?
And I think they're going to want to make a deal, but we're going to find out.
Oh, whoa.
And happening right now on Capitol Hill, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates is appearing before a House Oversight Committee, and he is there
This is 27 minutes ago. Holy shit.
to answer questions about his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
By the way, I'm going to say this too. This is the stuff that they're trying to bury by flooding the airways with all this shit about bombing Iran and all that shit. He does not want anything from the Epstein files to get leaked because they know once that shit is leaked, he's fucked. And I'm talking from a optic standpoint. He's not fucked in that he's going to go to prison because he's written into law that he can't go to prison. But from an optics standpoint, anyone and everyone involved with Epstein is fucked. And my concern right now is this is all going to get buried. This is all going to disappear at some point because they're going to bury it. It's part of the reason why, like, why didn't they swear in Pam Bondi? These things pop up for me where I'm like, they're playing a game and they're trying to cover it all up. Glad they hadn't forgotten about Epstein. Me too. I mean, yesterday was like a big day where they were like, "Hey, we're gonna keep digging into this," and I was like, "Oh, great, fantastic." Now, how far are they going to go? Are they going to get more information? I don't know. You've got a bunch of people running these departments that have access to the information. I don't think it's ever going to come out.
Billionaire's name appears multiple times in the Epstein files, but he denies involvement in any criminal activity. Gates spoke to reporters before going into the hearing.
I'm glad to be here voluntarily to testify, to help with the committee.
During the tantrum, he called his new Zionist channel CBS fake news too. Yeah, because it's coming out that like fake news. CBS is falling apart, and a lot of people are coming out of the woodwork to be like, yeah, what's her face who came in and took over absolutely screwed everything up. And it's great. I'm glad people are coming out, but he is trying to distance himself from being involved with it. What do you think about maggots that say that they don't care about the Epstein files? It's a big deal. I will say this: the people who don't care about it don't care about it because their president tells them not to care about it. It's the exact reason why Mary Lou or Bob, shrug and be like, "Well, he's not arrested. It's an easy out." And plus, these motherfuckers who say that shit don't want to admit that they're wrong about the person they voted for. They don't want to admit they voted in a predator into office. Or they're paid. Yeah, I also think that anyone who is a talking head for the right, especially like a big one, is a shill. They're being paid. And they're all in on it. What's her face? Elon Musk's like ex-partner who had a kid with him just recently came out and said that there's a group chat on X, and they basically choreograph what they're going to say. That's why after the shooting, or the quote unquote shooting at the Correspondence Center, they were talking about like, we have to build the ballroom and we have to be safer. And it's like, it's so funny because it's not even like subtle. It's just in your face. And I want to think like people are not stupid enough to believe it, but there are people out there who believe it.
Committee's work. I'll start with an opening statement in the hearing room.
Going to Washington, D.C. next.
My testimony is helpful to
really?
Important work of the committee to find justice.
So I know that pop-up one is literally just the files we have access to, right? And that's all the stuff that's published, which is fascinating. Hopefully they do something like big with it. I mean, I think it's good that it's traveling. I had a coworker who was a huge MAGA head, but I think she was just racist. One time she came to my computer when I had the Middle East up on my screen on Google Earth, and she said, "I'd never want to visit that shithole." I don't know where you're at, side of ham, but I grew up around people who literally felt that way about just everything. Involving anyone who was Muslim, Indian, Pakistani, anything. It's fucked. The Middle East gets just it's just viewed as like this big hole where all the bad, evil people are. And I don't personally believe that. I personally believe people are people. There are evil people in any category of like any race, any class. There's shitty people in all of those places. That doesn't make everyone shitty. And so when people say that shit, I let it hit me, and then I just ignore it, because there's no way you're going to talk someone out of a talking point that they believe. All you can do is absorb it and try to redirect and be like, ask questions. That's the way I handle it, at least. Like, well, so why do you feel that way? So I hope reporters ask Trump about it. See, the thing is, April, that's the thing. I don't think the reporters right now, I think anyone who is in that press pool that gets to talk to Trump right now is literally there because it's either A, people who want to stroke his ego, or people who are going to make a headline for him. You know, like Caitlin Collins being there. She's always going to be this person that they can be like, yeah, look at what Trump said to her. He's so mean to her. And she's, you know, like I don't know. I'm very jaded about anyone who has any sort of like direct access to Trump because I don't think they would let any sort of wild card in a press pool to ask pointed questions and real questions. I just don't think they would. All the Muslims I've ever met are some of the nicest people. That lady was a boss here. Yeah. And that's the funny thing is most of the people who run, like who are executives are first of all, extraordinarily conservative. And then second of all, gonna say it, they're just bigots. I met a lot of them like throughout my entire adult life. They all believe that they're above everyone else. I think anyone who actively is I think anyone who is actively like pressing for like these like positions in like executive positions or like high seats in office where they're highly visible. It's a level of narcissism. And to me, like I think anyone who is like that like power hungry doesn't deserve to be in those positions. Had Vahala on the other day and he said Trump is the deep state. Oh, yeah. And my husband says that guy's stupid and doesn't know anything about the deep state. If he thinks Trump is the deep state, what the fuck? Trump is the president of the United States, okay? Anyone, in my personal opinion, you can look at anyone in that role and you know they're part of the deep state because they have access to everything, like all the secrets. I thought, I agree. I thought it was a bit strange that Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend quit reporting. He stayed while Trump was talking bad about her, but finally quit for some reason. I'm one of those people who I'm like, when I first saw Marjorie Taylor Greene getting like destroyed, I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be a knockdown, drag out like fight. And then she kind of like turned into this like anti-Trump, pro-Republican, like Tea Party Part 2 person where it's like we're gonna have to build back better with a different leader. And then I thought about it some more and I'm like, this feels very fake. Like the whole fucking bit feels extraordinarily fake on both sides. The way that Marjorie Taylor Greene communicates now is this very prim and proper kind of like bullshitty sort of like, you know, I know a lot about President Trump that he doesn't want out. And it's like, okay, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is sick because of all of a sudden she is off to get medical treatments. I think I don't know. Is she really sick? Like getting like medical treatment? Like
That's for the victims.
I'm gonna look at that while we
Now
watch
let's go
this.
live to CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, who's outside the committee's closed doors right now. Nicole, thanks for your time. What do you know about the
Thinks I'm trying to look up Magic the Gathering cards right now.
Well, it just got underway.
She's seeking unapproved medical treatments in Mexico. Are we sure she's not trying to get like plastic surgery, like off the grid?
State very clearly, I never witnessed nor had any indication that Epstein was engaged in ongoing criminal conduct. I never went to his
stem cell
island,
therapy.
his ranch,
So,
or his Florida home.
whoa.
He goes on to say, I've
Could she
never
have cancer?
victimized anyone, and then adds, while he may have sought to foster a personal relationship, I was never interested in that and never reciprocated. And now Gates goes on in that opening statement to say that he first met Jeffrey Epstein back in 2011, that their relationships, potential donor meet, do with my interaction.
I'm going to say this about anyone who is going to be brought in who was a friend of Epstein. They're all going to say the same shit. They're all going to follow their lawyers, bullet pointed, sort of like deny, say that I was friends, and then just move on. That's what it's going to be. Might be some stupid look younger stuff, but I don't know. To me, like anytime someone goes to, is going to Mexico, especially in her position, like who she is as a public figure. To me, it could be that she's trying to get some sort of like unregulated treatment for something that we currently maybe it's going through FDA approval, maybe it's going through trials, and she's just like, let me bypass that shit and let me just go straight to Mexico to do it. That's where my mind goes. In my brain, it's like it could be just literally she might have found out she has some form of cancer and she's trying everything she can. It's just more MAGA beauty shit. You think so? Personally, I go both routes. I go, yes, stem cell treatments for anti-aging and wellness, and I think that could be a cover up. But I also just don't trust anything that I see, especially with them smiling. I'm like, it's gonna come out like at some point that she's like, yeah, she actually has like stage 4 cancer and yada yada yada. Oh, her boyfriend's getting ASA? Okay. So then if that's the case, then yeah, then I take it back. I take it back. He's like, yeah, I just want to be younger. But I do know that stem cell stuff has been something they are trying, that tick virus for meat allergy. Wait, what? That's a new one. Stem cells are not a cure for AGS. Lone Star tick can trigger alpha gel syndrome or alpha gal syndrome, AGS. Interesting. Stem cells work. Hey, I was about to bring that up. I was like, also, I know a bunch of people who are on the sauce use stem cells as well. Rey Mysterio, man. Well, look at all of them though in the WWE. Those guys are all on some form of a compound. It's probably it's why John Cena John Cena was looking pretty sad towards the end of his run. When I was hanging out with my brother-in-law, he literally watched WWE all the fucking time. It was great. Like it's fun stuff because it's so theatrical and so goofy. But those guys all look like they were juicing hard.
Interactions with Epstein is going on the nature of
Okay, yeah. So I think all of these guys, you're gonna see legitimately, they're all just gonna be like, didn't see anything. Oh, she made a video naming the business and benefits. Okay, that is interesting. My brain, anytime though, like to me, it always feels weird when I see these see people go to, especially public figures, go to another country to get treatments. It's either a beautification or some sort of experimental treatment that they're trying to get, or some sort of disease or some sort of cancer treatment. If she went to Turkey, I'd be like, oh, she's getting a hair transplant. But Mexico, I'm like, I don't know what that's all about, but yeah. I mean, she could get these stem cell treatments in the States, though. They say it's not a treatment, but they're trying it. Just like the horse dewormer, yeah, ivermectin. You look, I know people like, hey, I love Joe Rogan before X. Joe Rogan to me, there's no way I can go, you know what? Before all this shit happened, cool guy. He's never gonna be a cool guy in my book. Ever. He fucked that guy. Remember when we were all simping for that veneer guy in Texas? They love that crap. Wait, what? Let me just say this. Anyone who okay, what guy are we talking about? Do you think the World Cup is going to be messy with ice and stuff like that? Iran team was told they have to leave the country after every match. They're staying in Mexico. There's a part of my brain that goes like, I think the ice stuff, when it comes to sports, is not nearly as worrisome because it deals with international like teams and it deals with other countries that I could see that not being this big of a deal. Now, Iran, I'll say this: Iran, I could understand why they're scared because, I mean, look what's going on right now. So I think that portion of it could be messy, but everyone else, I don't think they would even attempt to do anything crazy. That would start some literal like we're in my brain. I'm like that'll start something that I don't think we can actually finish. Some dentists that were going to get their teeth done. That one can't remember the name. I think I remember what you're talking about. Like he was a TikTok guy. People were going to get their teeth done, and it turned out it was like bunk, and he like essentially messed up a bunch of people's teeth. It was one of those things. I have been floored. I can't look at. You're driving. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't. Just focus on the road. Didn't Ice Barbie have something to do with it, sleight of hand? She was out before the Iran war, right? I think she was. It's Tom Holman now, I think, running everything.
Of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which I just outlined in his opening statement. Democrats, of course, have many questions as well, so we do expect this to continue for several more hours.
And speaking of Chairman James Comer, Nicole, he also mentioned before the hearing that he wants to get some more people to testify. We've heard from several people already when it comes to this ongoing probe. But
Mark Wayne said they'll be there. Oh, that's fucked then. If they're talking about actually being there, that's super duper duper fucked. The new guy, yeah, the new Ice guy's been down low. Yeah, because dang, reporter's arms are ripped. She's pretty jacked actually. So I'll say this: I personally think that Tom Holman is actually scarier than what's her face. She she was doing so much stuff out in the open that it was actually bringing people together to fight against like what was happening, and it was actually a beautiful thing. It was actually one of the few times where I actually had hope that like things would get better because people were pushing back so hard. Um, the death of Renee Good and Alex Preddy were fuck. That was awful, and like that should have never happened. And the people who justified it, like I knew if I heard someone justifying it, I knew that I did not need to listen to them ever again. And I think a lot of people said, "Okay, shit," you know. I think a lot of people said, "Shit." Like I know where I stand on this, and I can't justify any of this. There's a lot of people who came over from MAGA who were like looked at him like that's fucked. Now there's still a ton of people from MAGA who are like they both got what they deserved, and it's like no, get the fuck out of here. Like that's human lives. Greg Bovino is running for president and was a fascist at the fascist rally in Portugal. Fuck that guy too. Greg Bovino, if he okay. I'm not going to say I can't imagine him winning. I'm going to say I can't imagine him getting very far. That dude, I bet you there is the most insane, crazy shit that you can dig up on that guy. I'm fairly certain there is a treasure trove of things that you can just destroy him with. He doesn't have as much. He doesn't have nearly the amount of money and pool that Trump had to cover it all up. So yeah, I don't think he'll make it very far.
do we know who else could appear in this?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I would note that things have really been ramping up with the House Oversight Committee. I mean, it was just a couple of weeks ago that we heard from former Attorney General Pam Bondi, who really put a lot of the onus on the now acting Attorney General Todd Blanche in terms of saying that he really had control over the situation with respect to the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. And so just today we heard Chairman James Comer say that he is now working to get Blanche in. Now it's unclear in what capacity, whether that would be to testify publicly, whether it would be for a deposition.
He needs to be testifying publicly and under oath. Like here's my thing. Like in this whole like probe into the Epstein stuff has been so fascinating to watch, but I fear that the Democratic side of things is not doing enough and causing enough of a ruckus in this whole situation, and they're just kind of being very passive. They're saying the things that you should say in front of a camera, but they're not doing anything. Do you think Trump will pardon it, Ghislaine? Publicly never happening under oath. Doesn't matter. He'll lie anyway. Yeah. I mean, he lied publicly the last time he was there. Do you think Maxwell, or do you think Trump will pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? Okay. I think he did what he could to placate Maxwell. I don't think he will ever. I don't want to say he will never do it, but I don't think it will happen immediately. He will as he's leaving, and that's what I think. I think he placated her by putting her in a lower, like low security prison. Like she's got a lot of like benefits. The guards have come out and said like, yeah, this bitch is getting everything she wants. But yeah, I think if he gets to the end of the presidency without like dying, I think it'll be auto pinned and she'll be free. Also, here in Florida, it seems like the Democratic Party doesn't care about the state. The only Democratic nominee for governor is a former Republican. Yeah. Florida's hosed. I hate to say it. Florida is legitimately living up to the Florida man sort of moniker. They're literally trying to make Florida literally the embodiment of Florida man. They want it to be as trashy and as fucking gross as possible, and they want to turn it into like a weird fucking like IRL version of Cops at this point. Anytime I look at Florida, I just go, this place is just, it's gone from being like, oh, this is a nice place, to being like, I don't want to go there. God, the last time I went to Florida, I went to Fort Myer for a show that I was in. I was in an art show, and it told me the moment I walked and drove around Fort Myer, I was like, I never again want to come to Florida. If you think he actually dies before he makes it out, that Vance will pardon all these dumbasses. Here's the thing: I think I think I'm probably one of the only people who have this like really shitty take about Vance. But my belief is that Vance is so much of a cuck and a fucking loser that look, I'll say this: I think he will be so either A, so fucking terrible, like he'll be like one of the worst human beings ever, or he'll be a fucking hand puppet for the people who basically have been running Trump's administration. He will be basically doing everything he can to placate the people who are running the show currently, and I think to try and basically further the agenda. Because the reality is, I think he wants to be MAGA because he knows what Trump has built, and the problem is he doesn't have the charisma that Trump has. Even though I hate fucking saying that Trump has charisma. He does. He has some sort of pull over people. I don't know how anyone believes him when he says anything, but he does. I can't deny that. But Vance is he's a walking fucking just puppet. Like, I don't know. Like, he's just a giant pussy. Fort Myers, yikes. I can honestly say not all of Florida is like that. Yeah, I've been all around Florida before. I just think the last time I went, I was just like, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It was a moment where I was like, I don't think I can go back to Florida again. I've been to was it Clearwater? I've been to Orlando. For work, I was in Orlando for like a good couple of weeks, and just also very expensive. Have you read the book Cult of Trump? No, I haven't. If there's an audiobook, send it my way. I will say this. I'm dyslexic, so reading to me is one of those things where it's like I have to be like either A, listening to it, or B, like in a quiet room with nothing to do for like 5 hours. Because it doesn't take me a long time to read something, but I do get things mixed up. A lot of banks will lock your card if you use it in Florida without letting them know first. Makes sense because I know there's a lot of credit card fraud and stuff like that shows up in Florida. Also had a situation with something very similar in I think it was like Seattle. Like my card, a bank card that I've never used before, was all of a sudden just used. And I was like, how the fuck did they get a hold of this? I grew up in Florida. It's always been trash. At least the area I grew up in, it was awful. Where'd you grow up?
Or a transcribed interview like the one going on behind.
All right. I'm going to pull up the Patrick Bet Davis, Mehdi Hassan interview or sit down, whatever we want to call it. It's on Audible. It's how I'm listening to it. We talk about using chants like lock her up, build the wall, and how that helps build the cult. Interesting, but the narrator is very boring. Braddington. I don't know where that's at, but it does sound very hole in the wallish. I grew up in a I tell people this all the time, but like I grew up in Fresno, Texas, and if you know anything about Fresno, Texas, it is nothing but trailers. Hey, what's up, Colin? How are you doing? Near Sarasota? Oh, okay. Shit. I mean, Sarasota's kind of nice. I've been there before. What was I gonna say? So yeah, I brought it up before, but Trump and the people who've been running his basically his campaign and everything, like right around the time when he was like going against Hillary and all that stuff, they were using cult basically cult sort of like tricks. I compared Trump to like a Jim Jones. Like he is one of those guys. Like he comes in with this like idea of like doing good, and he's gonna fix all of your problems. And the reality is he's doing it for his own personal gain, and he will take everyone down with him when the walls start closing in. Jim Jones to me was eloquent up into a certain point. I think drug use for him made him sloppy. Florida rise up. 407 here. All right. Oh, wait. Where am I doing? What am I doing? All right. I think I just don't want the chat replay up. That's what I want. Because I really don't want to see what people have to say.
Hardcore mags.
We get to yes, but I'm here.
Of course,
right.
and he runs a very successful business now after leaving MSNBC.
I live in Katy. Oh shit! I used to work in Katy back when I was in high school and when I was kind of going to college. I worked at Katy Mills for a while at the KB Toys back in 2003 to 2005.
But it's great to have you on the podcast today, Mehdi Hassan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yes, of course. And obviously, I've been watching you for many years, and we reached out. We said let's invite him on board, and then Rob said, Mehdi said, yeah.
Oh, PBD is a fucking loser. He's a loser. He's a con man and a look. There's a good CoffeeZilla thing about him. Fellow Texans. I'm from the Panhandle. Think more Oklahoma than Texas. Don't say that. Don't say that out loud. There's people out here in Texas who are like, Oklahoma's full of assholes. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. There's assholes everywhere.
Yes, I said this is great.
It took a long time to get to yes, but I'm here.
Fort Worth, Texas
Yes.
here. I lived in Austin for 20 years after the fact. So I consider myself more of an Austinite than I do a like a Houstonian or someone from Sugarland. I don't even know what they would call themselves, but yeah, I consider myself more of a Austinite.
So what took such a long time?
I don't know.
What were you
Bostonian.
worried about? Were you
I don't know.
afraid
We'll
of sitting
find out
with a
today.
capitalist? Is it like this guy's
No.
gonna be?
I don't know. I've seen your show. It's an entertaining show. I know it's a very different format today. I don't know. I'm intrigued as to what we're going to talk about today.
And I'm genuinely interested in
McKinney,
learning your
okay.
story.
Okay.
So tell me your story, your background.
My background is, if the accent didn't give it away, I'm a British American. I'm a
Yes.
dual national, British American citizen, citizen of both great countries, born and raised in the UK. My parents, immigrants from India, moved to the UK in the 60s.
What part of India?
South India, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Best biryani in the world.
Dude, biryani's fucking awesome. Katie Mills is 15 minutes from me. Okay, so just a real quick, like, like this is 20 years at this point. I lived in Fulshire for a bit. There's a whole backstory to why we were living in Fulshire, but let's just say this: we had black mold in our home for a very long time. I was getting sick. My younger brother was getting sick, and they had an insurance company come in, and they're like, "Yeah, you've got black mold completely out through your house." And so we were living in Sugarland at the time. They actually said, "Hey, we found you a place to live while we fix your house," and it was this massive home out in the middle of Fulshire. We should like it. It was absurd. But the homes out in Fulshire are like on giant plots of land, huge and extremely expensive. And it was probably the nicest place I've ever lived in my entire life up until the home that we have here. And it was crazy, but we were basically what I equate to trailer trash, living in fucking a mini mansion at the time, and it was very weird and it felt wrong.
Best beer?
Biryani.
Biryani.
Yeah.
That's the best
Biryani.
beer.
I'm not going to be the guy who gives you beer
Best beer.
recommendations.
Okay, got it.
So
I went to Mumbai 8 years ago, and I spoke at IIT Institute.
Oh yeah, it's big.
Incredible experience.
Incredible place.
Yeah.
But Hyderabad has better food. So I have to say that as a Hyderabadi. So my parents moved in the 60s and 70s to the UK. I was born in 79. I think we're similar in age.
San Diego? I'm up in SD. Are you saying San Diego or South Dakota? Oh, South Dakota. Oh, I've never been to South Dakota.
And I moved to the US 12 years ago, come February.
Is it nice
It's
out
been
there?
over a decade I've been here. Became a citizen in 2020, been a journalist all my life.
What do you prefer? UK or, and I know, listen,
Oh, this
Mom's
is a
watching,
controversial
so
question.
Just asking. I don't want to
Mother,
upset Mom, so you don't have to
friend,
answer it if you don't
family.
want to.
They both have their brilliance. I go back to the UK all the time. I'm heading out there next week. I get to go for work and pleasure, and I love going back to the UK. But the US, I got to say, the US has given me opportunities and open doors that even the UK I don't think could have done.
Really?
Oh, the Reuben one was. I saw clips from it because I don't really like watching the Jubilees. I just don't like the format of the Jubilees because it does seem like let me just say this. Jubilees always feel like there is people on there who have a particular agenda to get across when they're being interviewed, especially on the conservative, the 1 versus 20 conservative things. But I did watch most of Reuben's, and he got fucking just shit on. That's the reason why he thought his life was threatened. He's like, why are these people fucking treating me like shit? Why am I getting destroyed here? Dude just lied nonstop. Oh, 100%. He's the most fact-checked person on Jubilee. You know what's phenomenally on the Jubilee debate? But it was a hard watch because nearly everyone was fucking awful. That was my issue. Jubilee is ableist. I don't disagree with that statement. I don't. To be honest with you, Jubilee, in my personal opinion, is basically, I don't want to say it's political theater, but it is political theater from a place of like, it's sensationalist is what it is. Like, no, not one of them were there for a genuine debate. Yeah, they just wanted the opportunity to talk to shut up to shit on a person of color. Yeah, talk shit to a person of color. They literally, that to me, like the people who were on that one who actually were part of the debate, I saw multiple people have interviews after the fact and they were just the worst fucking people. They just wanted to talk shit like I fucking destroyed him. And it was like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Then I went and watched him go and complain to his friends about it. Ruben, yeah, I can see that. I don't know. I think of the Jubilee stuff as they try to grab these figures because they know they'll get views. Like Adam Mockler was on one, and I will say this: the Adam Mockler one was the turning point for me when it came to Adam Mockler, because he was just there to debate, and I mean win an argument. He also got like fucking his ass handed to him like a few times. Like I was like, dude, how did you walk out of this situation like with bruises? Like this should have been an easy like slam dunk, because most people who are conservative, in my opinion, don't have good talking points, and they're usually coming from a place of emotion instead of actual like knowledge. And Adam was like, "No, you got me there, man. Hey, you got me there." And I was just like, "Dude, why are you saying this shit? Like, just move on. Just say thank you and just move on." It was kind of like weird, and like it kind of like lifted the veil a little bit to actually show what this was all about. Was like, this is literally someone who's trying to win internet points by debating. That's it. Not trying to get a message across. Internet points to debate. So I watched like 30 minutes of it and I had to turn it off. I was just like, I can't. This is just it was not watchable. I used to have some respect for Dr. Drew. I didn't know how bad he's gotten. Dr. Drew is a fucking conservative shill now, right? Like I've seen him basically shilling. Like I don't even think he's a real doctor. Like I don't think he's got an actual like license. And I can't remember where I saw that. I read that somewhere, that essentially he is just kind of like a doctor in name only. The Loveline sort of like branding kind of like gave him that. And he even got some people hurt. I think allegedly, I don't want to say he did or didn't, but I think I heard that like his medical advice was not like super sound. Wasn't he the doctor on 16 and Pregnant years ago? Hold on. Here, I'll play this.
And I think you hear that from a lot of black and brown folks from the UK. Because I'm someone who's criticized racism, obviously, in the UK and in the US. But what's interesting is you talk to people in the media space, entertainment space. You look at someone like Idris Elba. You look at someone like my good friend, my old school friend, Riz Ahmed, Oscar-winning, Emmy-winning actor. They've all talked about how when they came to the US, they got more opportunities than they got in the UK.
Why do you think that is? Is it just capitalism? Is it just business? Is it incentives?
I think there's also, I mean, the country is a bigger country. I think we can sometimes forget when we live here how big
he's a real doctor.
Continent of a country.
Yep.
So just geographically, space-wise, there's more places to just do things. The UK is very heavily concentrated around London, right? The entire country, to the great consternation of people in Manchester, Birmingham, the entire economy is centered around one city.
Oh, gross. Not saying he's good. He's just real. Yeah, but I thought there was something to do with his maybe it's his field. Like he was not like necessarily supposed to be like a Dr. Phil isn't licensed anymore. No, Dr. Phil is not. Dr. Phil is a doctor name only for sure. Okay, so I'm just looking up Drew Pinsky real quick. Dr. Drew brought on a 16-year-old Courtney Stodden and conducted an on-air ultrasound of her breast to prove Stodden's claim she didn't have plastic surgery. Dr. Phil's a giant piece of shit, 100%. That's the shit that, like, when I read that type of stuff, I'm like, this is gross. Like, why is this a thing that we needed to pay any sort of a fucking attention to? By the way, Courtney Stodden, in my personal opinion, was in a very bad situation as a teen and as an adult. She should have never. I believe she's the one who married the dude from X-Files and Green Mile, right? There's not enough hate for Oprah for doing this to us. Here's the thing. I agree with you. I never thought highly of of Oprah. Like, oh God, back when they were calling for her to run for president back, I think in 2016, I was like, no, this is a terrible idea. Here's my thing. I think anyone who was a like, a talk show host, a afternoon one, we should not be propping up at all. Dr. Phil is a real doctor, only had a doctorate, so not a psychologist. Yeah. So hold on. I think I'm going to keep playing this while we are Googling, but because I think what he is saying here is
Politics
pretty
is centered
interesting.
around
I watched a little
Westminster
bit
in
of this.
London. And I think there's also, in England, we don't have the legacy of, plantation slavery and the black struggle for civil rights in the US, but we do have a different kind of legacy of empire and that form of, history to overcome. I don't know what the right word I'm looking for, like staid.
Okay, so Drew Pinsky, by the way, is a real doctor. He is essentially an addiction medicine specialist. So he's really just there for, like, he should be around just to be helping people get off of, drugs, essentially. Now, I think it was a terrible idea to do, like, the celebrity rehab shit. No, Dr. Phil is not a real doctor. But no, Dr. Phil's a massive piece of shit, though. I think he's the worst. So I think this is the stuff that I thought was unethical, was basically broadcasting these rehab groups on VH1. That was the stuff that I was like, that's beyond the pale. I don't think anyone's suffering should be exploited like that.
Stodgy.
But they did it.
It's just a kind of an old way of doing things. You hit a different kind of glass ceiling in the UK. I'm not giving a pass to the old kinds of racism and bigotry there still is in the US that we're still fighting with. But there is something about being a person of color and just having a little bit more ambition in the US. It's going to get me in huge trouble
Look at
with
the two of
people.
us.
I'm screwed now when I go back to the UK next week if this airs before the next.
Both of us are brown and winning in America, which is a good thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
from different parts of the political
That's right.
divide. I think
That's right.
Yeah, Dr. Phil is Jerry Springer for people who think they're better than others. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that 100%.
By the way, in high school, if I was in high school with
Kind
you,
of
you're
just
15, 16,
going
who's
through
Matt Nissan? What were you doing?
Drew Pinsky's
I was the same person I am now. I was a debater. I was an arguer. I was the guy with the big
stuff
mouth.
here.
I was the guy getting thrown into the hallway. I was the guy going to detention because I answered back. I talked a lot.
Teachers, students, didn't matter.
I found report cards recently that my
Oh, here is where I remember being super duper fucking pissed about Dr. Drew. Between February and March of 2020, Pinsky made a series of statements concerning the COVID-19 outbreak where he downplayed the seriousness of the pandemic, stating that it was not as bad as the flu and suggested that it was a press-induced panic. It was press-induced panic. Pinsky apologized in April 2020. He urged people to follow the advice of Anthony Fauci. This is why I was like, yeah, this guy is not someone you should be listening to at all. Dr. Phil is a grifter for the seminar that helped. Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying here. Like the seminar that they help stuff there is documentary on. It's where Oprah found him. Yeah. So Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil were two people that Oprah brought on. Like, she basically launched both of their careers. And she should, I mean, honestly, I don't know why she's never come out and said anything to be like, I should have never done this. That's the stuff that I get supremely pissed about, because there's a lot of people out there who propped up these pieces of shit. Like, the people who made The Apprentice, the producers, they have come out and said that we should have never done what we did. We are the reason Donald Trump is where he's at. You did a really bad job of this shit. He has the money, not care. I mean, I think that's what a lot of these people do. They're like, well, why should I care? Have you heard of about the horrific things that happened at the ranch? You're talking about Dr. Phil's thing, right? Girl on Tinder, what do you do for fun? Me eat Special K while watching some dude do political commentary on Twitch before going to the gym. I also knit. Girl on Tinder blocks me. Dude, that's actually kind of fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Are you eating like actual Special K or are you taking Special K? Are you doing ketamine right now?
Children and I sat and went through it. It was really embarrassing. My daughter sat with me. We went through the report card. Every single one is, he doesn't stop talking. He answers back. He thinks he knows everything. He
Oh,
won't stop
dude, the
asking
Special K with red
questions.
berries, fucking my favorite. I love that shit. Gotta get that brand in, dude.
Is that a family thing or is that a youth thing?
It's a family thing for
Okay,
sure.
got it.
Yeah, I wrote about it in the book. My father passed away last year.
Sorry to
He
hear
was thank you. He was a very disputatious individual. Loved to debate, loved to argue, super provocative. Even in the Muslim community, the story I tell. Remember in the late 80s, you'll remember this because you're of Iranian heritage. Ayatollah Khomeini gives the fatwa against Salman Rushdie.
By the way, I want to say this about like debating. I think there is like two different like ideas of debating. There is this current kind of mindset of like internet debating, and there's the like I want to talk to you and I want to get my point across and I want to try and explain to you why your thinking might be flawed or incorrect. I like the second one because I'm very willing to say like, hey, I don't know everything, and I'm very willing to go. You know what? I'm here to learn. I may say like something like, oh yeah, I'm not sure about this because I'm not, and I want people to correct me. The stuff that we see like, and I don't want to throw Parker in the bus because I do like Parker quite a bit, but like Dean and stuff like that is just people yelling at each other, and I can't do it. I just can't do it. And I think the stuff that like, or people are trying to like, hey, let's get our points across. Let's figure this out. That's great. There's stories about the people at the ranch making them do labor adults couldn't do. One had to remove a tree stump alone with a dull axe. Fuck that shit. My issue with the debating is that it further entrenches both party and their views, and nothing ever really gets accomplished. It's entertaining, but generally fruitless. I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that there is nothing behind it. It is literally just basically like, let me push you further to the other side of the room instead of actually trying to meet in the middle. Now, look, it's okay to be crass. It's okay to be, do all these things. But if it's in, with the idea of trying to reach people, I'm all for it. But most current political debates are not that way. I like to meet people in the middle. I like to not like push buttons or tell someone they're fucking stupid. Because that's the stuff that just makes people just go, well, you know what? Fuck you too, buddy. I don't want to fucking talk to you again. And it's like, bro, like, yeah, no, like there's no point. Like we had someone in here, it was Barry a few weeks ago, and very much against what I was saying, very pro Israel and things like that. And my questions always to anyone who's pro Israel is, why are you pro Israel? Why did you get to that point, and why do you feel that way about Israel? Do you know what Israel's doing? Is your take on Hamas that Hamas is a terrorist group and they're only there to harm, Jewish people or Israelis? And, like, what is your take? Because my take on, Hamas is that Hamas is a direct answer to what has been happening in Gaza. You can look at that as a terrorist group. You can say that, and you could feel that way. But the reality is that when you push people far enough, they're going to rise up and they're gonna push back. And you have to know, and you have to understand that like when you start harming people for your own personal good, or the belief that you're superior than them, people are going to rise up. They're going to do something, and that's how I view that stuff. And if you say, well, they deserve to die because DOJ argued that Trump has the right to demolish the Statue of Liberty. Yay, freedom. Wait, wait, new? Like, that's new. Jesus Christ. Just launched that school for girls to help, but ended up hurting, oh, God, a lot of girls. But when she found out, she did stop it, cleaned it up. Glad that she did that. How it feels to have never condemned Hamas. See, I'm that person who I'm like, look, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this shit. Like, I can view things in the way that they actually are. I think the term terrorist is a buzzword, and it incites an actual ideal. And this like thing that like these people are awful and mean. Do I think people do terrorist acts? Yes, I do. I think terrorist acts are a thing, and I have a hard time going far, especially when a group is formed to push back about, the harassment and the treatment they've experienced. Because You know, look, you could even argue, like, I could sit there and go, the South in the Civil War, in my opinion, that was a terrorist group. They were. They're doing all the things I don't like. They're for slavery. Hell yeah, bro. Fuck them. No, I could say that, but the reality is that there's a group of people, literally half the country was like, but I like slaves. And that's the truth. They're shitty people. They're 100% shitty people. But the reality is, if they had won, they would be viewed as heroes. They would be. They're actually still viewed as heroes in some parts of the South. But yeah, it's about a week-old news, but not getting around. Said that the court had no right to tell Trump what he can do because it's done. The argument I make when it comes to Moss is that when the troubles were happening, fucking Americans were actively sending money to the IRA. There were donation drives on American television, but when it's brown people in the Middle East, everyone clutches pearls. Yep, the situation mirrors each other. Two groups fighting back against a foreign occupying force/army. 100% agree. That is actually a valid fucking point to push back on. It's literally people's biases are literally based on the color of people's skins. This is just literally what it is. There's a lack of empathy, and it's taught. It's literally taught, and I'm going to say it, like, Christian whites teach this, that we are superior to anyone else, no matter where they come from. If they're white and they're Christian, they're superior to people who are not white. That's just the truth. I mean, you can even, okay, I can also give the analogy too, like the Japanese felt the same way about everyone else. They only worked with Hitler because they were like, well, they're furthering along our agenda as well. I love Japan. I think Japan is one of the coolest places ever, but Japan in World War II, fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. I mean, even before that, fucking terrible. Thousands of years of just trying to fuck over just everyone in the vicinity of them. They hated everybody. They hated everyone until I think the Americans dropped the bomb and they were like, fuck, okay. We got to rethink how we're fucking doing this shit. For the small tiny island, we got to reevaluate.
Defense,
Yes,
satanic
of course.
verses.
Yes.
Muslims in the UK are furious, especially in the UK, more than
By the way,
anything.
he helped them sell millions of copies by doing
Indeed.
it.
And by the way, I am not for dropping a nuke on anyone. I'm not. I had to say that. That's not my thing, but I always think about the Japanese, and I think about Hitler even, and how their views on being the superior race literally just mirrors kind of like the white nationalist movement that is what we're currently kind of like dealing with. Like, the way that the Trump administration and the MAGA movement talk about Somalians just feels so gross and awful. And it just mirrors this sort of like cycle that we kind of go through where, the bulldozing the Statue of Liberty thing was some weird hypothetical argument made by the DOJ. At this point, I'm kind of for it. What it stands for has been absolutely shat on and marred. Let's represent the country for what it's been for a long time. I mean, you might as well just erect a giant Trump statue at this point because that's what it is. You see, Trump tweeted that the trade deficit is widening. I saw him talk today. Like, we watched it a little bit earlier. The clip of him saying, like, "Hey, everything that's been going on right now is great. I'm glad. Inflation is up." And it was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how can you spin this in any way? It only been like all this shit that's going on is benefiting a select few people. It's not benefiting anyone who is like a normal American. This guy's I mean, Trump also said he was cheered at the game, so I'm actually making a video about that right now. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but I was working on that last night. It's a short video, but it'll be out. I think my goal is to have it out tomorrow or Friday at the latest. It's literally just kind of poking fun at the whole thing. But yeah, I'll also be honest. I'm like really not keen on making a bunch of Trump videos right now, just because I think everything that's going on with Trump is literally it's just flooding the airwaves with bullshit. Like, they don't want you to see what's actually happening. So me adding to it does feel kind of gross in a way, but at the same time, it's like I got to do something for the channel at this point. I already made the announcement that I'm like, pausing a little bit of the necessary conversation editing for a bit, just so I can kind of get a little bit of a buffer in place, and hopefully find some interesting content, because I feel like I've mined like a good chunk of what's actually happening. I'll be frank, I'm having a hard time lately, like identifying or even pointing at the podcast and being like, "Yeah, this is great." That's nothing to do with anything. I just think Bob not being there and not being a foil to everything and causing chaos, kind of makes the show a little milquetoast. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Indeed. So listen to this. So in Bradford, big Muslim city in the
He
UK,
looks like
they
he's
even
laughing the
burned
dumbest thing he's
copies of
ever.
the Satanic
Yeah.
Verses. Got it.
Oh, he's great.
Huge issue we could talk about another time. But anyways, huge issue in the UK. My dad.
He has a habit of just absolutely just making someone feel stupid too. And it's good that he's doing it to these people, these type of people, because Patrick McDavis is a fucking asshole. He's a walking scumlord. And yeah, the CoffeeZilla thing, I need to pull that video so we can watch it. But man, the way that he fucking bullshit through that fucking interview was insane.
Goes out and buys a copy of the Satanic Verses, reads
As a Muslim?
as a Muslim, and puts it on our dining room bookshelf right next to the
Hell
table.
yeah.
So every time our
Wait, hold on.
friends, family come over for dinner, it's there. And people are saying to my dad, "What the hell are you doing here? Why do you have Satanic Verses on your bookshelf?" And my dad said,
I don't know where my satanic Bible's at, but it's behind me somewhere.
So, well, how do you know what to object to about it? And I think that attitude of his, which was quite provocative at the time, and even till his death,
Oh, it's
he
the
was
Salman
known as a
Rushdie book,
provocative
too.
individual. I think I borrowed a lot.
I think
of
I have a
the
copy of that
ability to be able
somewhere.
to ask questions, be offensive if need be provocative if need be. Don't give a shit what people think. If you need to ask the right questions, you need to say what you want to say. That very much comes from my father, from my household growing up. My sister is also a journalist. We very similar in that sense. About
Was
asking
he a
questions.
journalist or no?
No, he wasn't, but he was very political. He was a very traditional, he was a civil engineer. My mother's a doctor. They're very classic Asian, Desi, Indian couple. But he was very political from the moment he moved to the UK. He loved British politics. Till he passed away, he was asking me questions about Trump. What's he doing? Is he going to survive? Like in 2024, all he asked me was like, why are they running Biden? Why are they running Biden?
You know, that's a question that I ask myself all the time. Actually, I was asking myself why they're running Biden back when he ran the first time. And I'll be honest with you, they should have never run him. At the time, I was like, the only person I could see going against Trump and actually just making a fool of him was Gavin Newsom, and I didn't like Gavin Newsom. So yeah, because the DNC is controlled by the opposition party, 100%. I've been saying it for a while. I was talking about it earlier. AIPAC, please no. Oh, I agree with you, dude. Gavin, no. Gavin Newsom, fuck no. That guy's a fucking piece of shit. He is. He's all literally just. There's no substance behind him. He is literally just. He's just like Trump. In my head, he doesn't have a care in the world, and he's just doing this because he thinks this is fun. I was saying this earlier, though. I personally think the fact that lobbyists are basically running the country, and in particular AIPAC being basically I think the catalyst behind a lot of the stuff that is happening right now. That's the thing. Dude, the Gavin discourse is so insane. All the shit libs online screeching, he's the only one fighting Trump. And when you ask how, they go, have you seen the tweets? And that's the thing, though. My brain goes, okay, the only thing that he is good for is shit posting. It's literally him and his team are shit posters. And, you know, that's what makes that's the thing, though. That's the current state of politics right now. Is literally how good can you shit post? How good can you fucking sling mud? And that needs to stop. Like that is the stuff that I absolutely hate, because it is literally bearing what is actually happening. You know, there is so much fraud happening And the reality is like someone, and I know people have druthers about Bernie right now. Like everyone is just kind of like down on just everyone who is a official. I am. But at least Bernie, when I had to like hear him talk, at least he was saying something of substance and importance for a very long time. Like he was probably the most consistent person throughout the last, I would say, like 30 years, 40 years. And the problem is that the Democratic Party right now, though, is just literally funded by AIPAC. The conservatives are as well. MAGA is as well, and this is why they make these like really like just soft statements about shit. That's why they don't fight hard. That's why they don't do anything. The fucking sad thing is, and I hate to say it, God, who's the guy who just got who's a libertarian who just got ousted? He's going to be ousted because he lost the primary. What's his fucking face? He's one of the few people I look at and I'm like, he seems like the only person who doesn't have fucking, like, he believes what he's saying. One of the biggest mistakes we made treating our politicians as celebrities and not politicians. Exactly. Having fucking senators and congresspeople on late night talk shows. The fuck. Get APAC off the couch. AOCIA. Okay. AOCIA off the couch and back to her office. My tax dollars aren't paying her to try to be funny on Kimball. And I think that's it, though. I think that is like my point. Is like we have turned this all into a dog and pony show. There's absolutely nothing there. It's all theatrics. That's why you do what I did and become a delegate in the state party to get more Antifa in there. You know, that is something I had thought about doing here in the local government. My issue is I'm in Texas. Bread and circuses without the bread. Yeah. I'm in Texas. So me, running with, the idea that I'm way more far to the left than any sort of socialist progressive candidate that has run in Texas. I don't think I would ever be looked at as anyone serious. That's the problem. If I was in a different state, yeah, maybe. But Texas, I thought about running for something local, and I was like, I can't justify it. I just can't. It's Texas. I cannot. I don't think I could ever make any sort of difference in Texas. But yeah, no, I don't know. It was a talk. Literally, me and my wife had this talk. I was like, there was a thought running against these AI. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I had a talk with her like last year because there was this like conversation about like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I don't know. I'm very hyper aware of like how I feel about the world. It's stupid easy, just insanely boring. I don't mind the insanely boring. I can make it not boring. It's more of a thing of like what I want to do. I was like, I'm very passionate about how I feel about things, and I want things to be better for people. And I'm not the most eloquent person. Just by this stream, you can definitely tell that there's a lot of ums and ahs. But I feel a certain way. And yeah, I have ADHD, so that's the other thing too that goes through my head. Is like people are going to be looking at me like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" But at the same time, I'm also telling myself like, "Look, I'm here and I want to do the right thing. I'm not here for anyone. If APAC gave me money, I would fucking just donate it to the people I think who need it, and then I'll even say it out loud, like, yeah, APAC paid me, and you know what I did? I said, fuck it, I'll take it. But if they were ever pressed me to do anything, I'd be like, yo, here, this is what APAC told me to say. You don't have to be well spoken to be a delegate. I know. It's more of my own personal kind of like, this is the stuff that I'm like currently going to therapy about. I have an internal belief about myself that is not a positive one. Let's put it that way. I was briefly courted by a local org to try and get me to run for city council. Then they found out I'm registered as an independent and dropped me like a bag of shit. They told me they only work with Dems. It was interesting. See, that's the thing though. I would I would. I'm currently registered as a Democrat just because if you're a Dem in Texas, you're basically you're a goofy fucking socialist. Um, I would just stay registered as a Dem and just get in there and then just start fucking dumb shit. That's where my brain goes. Like I just want to fuck. I want to. I want to put. I want to put. I want to mess up the cogs. You know.
At what age?
This
I
was
want
at
to. I want to
80
be
he
the
passed away
thorn
last
in
year
their
at
side.
87, so this would have been at 86.
Good for him.
So he was super.
Was he sharp to the very end?
No, unfortunately, he wasn't.
You're a cool dude though. You got Antifa in your chat. Hey, I love Antifa. I'm an anti-fascist man. Texas is home to over 460 operating data centers. 100%. Unfortunately, I'm a very. I have a view about AI that it is more kind of like I understand using it as a tool to like help like maybe do research in certain things that you probably don't want to handle that really you know like whatever, but I don't think it should be taking people's jobs. I don't think it should be in the arts in any form. I don't think it should be writing scripts. I don't think it should be generating movies. None of that shit. The reason I feel that way now, I was a very staunch opponent against AI. The problem is that it's in everything. Like I can't Google search without AI being involved. I'm just at a point where I'm like, you know, the fucking elite fucking AI fucking pushers who want this shit to go out has already made it fucking too big. It's too big. It's unfortunately just here. Now, my hope is that these companies completely crash when the stock market starts to fucking just implode. Hey, what's up, Tina? How are you doing? Texas. Oh yeah, hold on. I told them I don't need you. I don't need you to run, and they basically said we have enough money to make sure you never get past knocking on doors. Fucking weirdos. Yeah, that's the other thing too. There's so much money in all of these spots. Like anyone who is propped up and like made to be this like look who this is. I go there's a shit ton of money behind that person, and this is not a grassroots thing anymore. I don't believe anything I see is what I'm essentially trying to get at. I know people like Graham Plattner. I think he's an interesting guy, and I'm fascinated that he's extraordinarily Teflon because in the past, anyone who had a lot of the shit that he had, which look, I'll be honest with you, we're all human. We all make mistakes, and the stuff that he has done feels very much like that's none of my business. But at the same time, though, that's shit that would never have let anyone progress or go past a certain point. I would say even 20, I would say 15, maybe even 10 years ago. Like pre-Trump, that shit was a death sentence, you know? There's someone on the council who's set to retire in a couple years, and I'm going to run for his seat. Fuck it. I'll help you, man. I'll be down. I'll be down to help. Then he'd be charging us for well, okay, they don't need to be. Yeah, I agree. They don't need to be charging us for anything. Also, you know, I live in a town right now who basically nuked the fact that they were going to try and build a data center here. We're already in a state, at least in the area I'm in, where we have, I think, maybe 50 years of water like available, and it's been dwindling for years. And then I have assholes who live in this neighborhood that I'm in who water every fucking day, even though we're on a water ban. And you know, they're like, "Well, my lawn has to look good." I'm like, "No, it doesn't. Fucking everyone, there should be like we should not have grass as a concept anymore for lawns. Terraform the motherfucking thing. Put in fake grass if you really want fucking grass at this point, because it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Figure out their own shit before they build this shit." I agree, and there is Markiplier talked about it. I think about a year ago. There is a company that is trying to do ethical AI, basically where it's not using as many resources as the current AI, because they say the current AI models actually run fairly poorly and use way too much energy for what they do. farm your yard. Yeah. Just the thing is though, like literally, the reason why people have grass for the most part is because of HOAs. That's the situation. And HOA should not be a thing. China has figured out a way to build it underwater, and they have somehow helped with pollution or something. Maybe it hasn't. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I'll say this. I'm going to say this about China. China, for as much propaganda as we get about China, they actually do right by their people for the most part. Also, on top of that, the cost of living in China is way like I could live in China for the next like 5 years without having to worry about shit. Like it is that cheap. AI would look a lot cooler under socialism. I agree. It would. China has it figured out, by the way. Oh, HOA shouldn't be compulsory. Should be free to leave and join at will. I agree with that too. I own the property. Why do you have any say about what my property looks like? If I want to fucking turn it into a fucking fake graveyard and have Halloween every day, that's my fucking prerogative. Get the fuck out of here. I don't fucking care. If I want to fucking hang a goddamn Jolly Roger in front of my house and maybe anti-fascist propaganda outside my house, fuck my neighbors. I have to sit there and stare at their fucking American flag. I don't want to stare at that. That's fucking gaudy and nasty to me, and I don't believe anything that flag stands for. Why is that okay? Why do I have to see the fucking God, it was the Germanic cross like when I go on a walk with my dogs outside someone's house? That's okay? Fucking someone bought it off of Amazon. It's all pixelated too. It's so fucking bad.
Sharp at the end. But even when he wasn't sharp at the end, he was still very political. Just wanted to talk about politics, Michael.
Never had a desire to run and do anything? Just opinion?
No, just loved it. There's a certain generation of Indian immigrant men who have a lot of opinions.
What,
the China show on YouTube?
Yeah,
I'll add it to my list. I've got like a laundry list of stuff to watch.
Who influenced them? What influences politics?
His uncle growing up. My dad grew up as an orphan. His father died when he was 2. He was raised by his uncle mainly, who was a kind of polymath, and I think he absorbed a lot of that. So my father was someone who could quote Shakespeare, but he could also quote Allama Iqbal, the famous Urdu poet. Like he could switch between different cultures, different intellectual references. So it put a lot of pressure on me and my sister.
But was he a devout liberal himself? Like, would you consider him?
Maybe skip ahead a
you want to go down so I can read the whole thing?
Fridays?
You're effing
What's
crazy.
your content like?
Trump fumes at Netanyahu in call on Lebanon. Go a little bit lower, Rob, so I can read the whole thing. So President Trump last Saturday over Israel escalation in Lebanon and an expletive Latin call on Monday. 2 U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios why it matters early on Monday.
Yeah, there's so many people's homes already because of data centers. They don't have clean water because of data centers. So, here's the thing. There is like this like small hope I have when the economy, because I firmly believe the economy is going to just fucking tank in the next. It's like currently like the stock market is like dipping quite a bit. Now, does that mean anything right now? No, this could be people selling and then buying back at a lower point once everything drops. But here's the thing. I think in the next like 6 months, like we're going to see some sort of like economic like disaster, especially if it keeps going the way it's going. There's only so much propping up of the economy that Trump and the administration can do. And there's only so much stock market sort of like manipulation that can keep going on. So there's a part of me deep down inside that those data centers are going to just basically become useless at a certain point. Now, is that good? No, it's still not good. Should they be there? No, they shouldn't. And all those people who had built in those areas should be fined and figured out, like be forced to figure out a way to basically replace or even try to figure out a way to like use the AI to figure out how to actually fix the environment that they destroyed. I know that's wishful thinking. That is like pie in the sky shit. It's never going to happen. Because we have no regulations in place anymore. I mean, Trump is seeing to that. Trump is trying to get rid of so many different things. He's already gotten rid of a lot of, like the EPA is completely gutted. They're They're trying to gut the CIA, which is fine with me, and the NSA. It, it's crazy what is happening. Nevada is the state. Yeah, Nevada is run by fucking idiots. I'm just gonna say it. Any place that allows Las Vegas to be Las Vegas and is okay with just fucking siphoning people money out of people's wallets and then glorifying it is a shitty state. Fuck Nevada. And they're taking away electricity from a state next year because of a data center going to get the contract from the grid instead of the state. That's fucked. There should look, private companies owning energy should not be the thing right now. That should not happen. Anything that is like public utility should be government run. It's just Lake Tahoe. Oh, Nevada is the state. It's just Lake Tahoe. I still think Nevada is a fucking piece of shit. Sin City Outdoors does videos about that Aries Lake and the dam. How bad is that going on right now? How bad is that situation at the moment? I mean, especially if that data center has gone into place, like, is it completely just like irreversible?
Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying
I assumed as
actions
much.
in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu crazy and accused him of ingratitude, according to two of the sources. He also put the brakes on Israel's plan to strike Beirut. Behind the scenes, one U.S. official told Bibi that following through on his threat on
maybe that's
to
something
bomb
I will
Lebanese
research.
capital would further isolate Israel from around the world.
I'm trying to
Two
find
of the
video
sources said
ideas that
Trump
are
claimed
not necessarily conversation related right now. And the one that I am actively like plotting out right now is AIPAC and Israel. So I can add that. This will be more talking head related stuff. So just not necessarily like, I mean, I'm going to do goofy editing in there. Don't get me wrong, but these are going to be more talky stuff. So
claimed he'd help.
I'm just warning people because, okay, I'm just warning people about all of this because I know there is a segment of the people who watch my like edited stuff and they're like, just stick to necessary conversation. I'm like, I am a bit more, look, that is not my only lane in life. There's a part of me that right now feels like doing free content for them is not in my best interest. It's just not. I hate to say it.
At a jail. He said, if it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail right there. You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates Israel because of this.
Yeah.
Do you think this call happened?
The call definitely happened, but both sides are spinning it in their own ways.
Yeah, this is the stuff that like when I read this and it's this like thing of like each side is showing their own bravado. It's the information lies somewhere in the middle. Like they had a conversation and it was probably heated, but it was probably not nearly like as one-sided as they're making it. I think Netanyahu though might have an edge over Trump just because Netanyahu, I don't want to give him this much credit, but is a much better manipulator than Trump is.
And they're spinning it with the classic people. So just background on this. This is an Axios piece. The author of this piece is Barak Ravid, who is an award-winning journalist, won a coverage, co-authored by Mark Caputo, former colleague of mine at NBC News. But Barak Ravid is famous, or should I say now infamous in media circles, for being the guy who the White House always goes to leak stuff about conversations with Israel.
Is this the guy that leaked it, that Bibi got up, that Biden got upset at?
Yes, same.
This is the same
So
guy.
he did both.
Okay,
He's bipartisan.
I got
Whether
it.
you're Joe
So he's
Biden.
a fair guy.
Well, it's not about being fair. It's the point is that whoever's in the White House, they know that this is the guy who does the stories about split.
I got it.
See, and that is the stuff that needs to like stop. Like that. I talked to CoffeeZilla yesterday. He confirmed my spreadsheet math. Still haven't seen his Patreon video, but I have the full picture on the Lego collection. Man, I do need to talk about the reckless bin situation. I saw the video he put out basically saying like this is over. Like I can't talk about this anymore. I think, I mean, and this is my own personal positivity about the situation. The cat's out of the bag. Do you want my spreadsheet? Yeah, you want to send it to me? I will definitely take a look at it. It's literally all the guy reports on. And that is the shit that needs to stop. Like, this needs to all be vetted and it needs to be confirmed instead of being just reported, by the way. So here's the deal. The reckless Ben situation, I think the cat is out of the bag with this. And because of how high, like, the visibility of everything that's going on with it, essentially they're fucked. Like, Bricks and Minifigs is fucked. Now, the stuff that is awful is the Patreon getting taken down. Basically, I think everyone got refunded. I hope Patreon steps in and does something too. Like, I would hope that they're like in the mix, being like, yeah, this is not just, this is awful. And I don't know. Okay, hold on here. Oh my god, I would love to see an edit on what I saw today on Actual Friends. That's the Ruben, Jillian Michaels, Dr. Drew, and one other. They were upset about Megan talking about Israel being bad. Oh, dude, that would be great, actually. I'll add that to my list. I donated to the GoFundMe and subbed to the Patreon. I should do it just because I do think what Reckless Ben has done is like, it's a noble thing. And you have to look at it, and from my personal stances, you have to look at this and go, this guy's trying to do the right thing. He tried to go the right route. Like, there are a couple things that you can nitpick and poke at and go, why? Why didn't he do X, Y, and Z? But the reality is this. He's trying to help some dude recover what was taken from him. A massive corporation said, nah, fuck you. We're going to keep it, and you can get fucking Ben. There's a whole lot more to the story than any of us are aware of. I know Ben has a massive, like, a video that couldn't be released. The spreadsheet shows the situation's a whole lot of shades of gray. Now, let me ask you this. Does it show it in the way that they're portraying it as? Yeah. But at the end of the day, BAM is responsible because the way they responded to Brian when he pointed it out, he did not get paid. Yeah, and that's my thing is, like, I think they were claiming like $6,000 worth of inventory were basically what he was needed to be paid out, but I know it was way more than that. He needs to stop posting about it so he doesn't lose a case. Yeah. Well, I think he is officially he's got a gag order. Like, he can't even mention their name. He can't do anything. Now, everyone else though, everyone else is running with it. Bam's story is a lot closer than what Crystal Gorman's story is. Okay, what was left in the store of 1114 was 10 to 20K. So this whole $65,000 story is really not the full truth, but the 6,000 is also not true, which is crazy. Now, the inventory sheet that you got a hold of, whose inventory sheet was it? Was it Crystal's inventory sheet, or was it Bam's inventory sheet? Or was it a combination of a bunch of different things? Basically, Gormans were really, really, really bad at record keeping. So I don't know if they stole or they were just negligent. She admitted she hadn't done an inventory in over 2 months prior to losing the store. Okay. So that is fucked. Have Brian's inventory sheet compared to Bam's point of sale data. Okay. So that's fucked then. That's fucked. Okay. I mean, just based off that information though, I would feel like there's no way anyone is coming out of this good. Performance came off as pathetic, but honestly, I just feel that they were pretty not great business owners, and that got in the way. That got way over their heads. I saw their response, and I thought it was a bit. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a bit. It was rehearsed. Yeah, I think it was a little bit rehearsed. Okay, so correct. BAM is going to lose their company. Crystal's going to lose a lot of money in a lawsuit against BAM. Now, taking calling her Antifa Annie. I mean, I don't want to use that as a negative. I mean, I'm a real fucking lefty. Okay, you're saying like she's like using it in Antifa name only kind of thing. Look, I watched the video and I was like, I don't know. The stuff that came out of their response that I thought was damning was literally when they had the marketing guy on the phone with them and they were like, if you fight this, you're gonna get fucked and there's nothing you can do about it. That's not exactly what he said, but he basically said they were shit out of luck. But they literally called corporate the day of Donald Trump's election and they said they were going to flee the country and needed to sell their store. That is okay. That's the stuff though. Okay. That's the stuff that like faux leftists like to scream out, in my opinion. Just watched a former BAM franchisee's owner comment on dealing with BAM corporate. There may be a pattern of corrupt business practices. Oh, I don't disagree with that. I think the way they handled the transition and especially dealing no, Joel, I swear to God, I'm a real lefty. I believe you. Trust me, bro. I believe you. Look, I'm someone who has entertained leaving the country, but I am not actively going out of my way to be like, Trump got into office, I'm leaving the country. I have thought about leaving the country for a long time. Just because I don't think America has any sort of like real... Like, I think this country is built upon a belief that only one group of people are important, and I'm not part of that group of people, first of all. And I'd rather go someplace where A, people are taking care of people there, and B, I can get an actual visa. There's definitely a pattern of corrupt business practices. Should have never been sold a store in the first place. Crystal only paid $40K of a down payment towards the $80K required to purchase a store. That's fascinating. So they let her have the actual store, like without paying the full $80K, which, by the way, that right there shows you how bullshit fucking franchiseeing is. Paying $80K to have just the fucking name of a store and I guess the help of a business to kind of get started is, in my opinion, crazy. Especially when you're handling all of the, possibly the inventory and all of the marketing and all that shit. There's a period of time like 20 years ago where I was like, I want to open up a donut shop. And I was like, I love Shipley's Donuts. I'm from Texas, and Shipley's to me is like the donut of my childhood. And I saw the franchisee cost, and I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm good.
Between Israel and America. So we've had about 2 dozen of these stories over the last 3 years.
Is this a guy you trust?
Unfortunately, no. Now it's not that I don't trust him. I'm not saying he's making stuff up, but I am saying he's clearly become a useful vessel for information.
That's my stance on that guy, by the way. He is just literally a vessel to provide information. And yeah, also, do you want to say this about the BAM stuff? The only people who I really give two shits about are Brian and Ben. Those are the only two people I cared about in the whole story. The people who came on, like Crystal and all those folks, I felt like they were trying to get a little bit of attention. Like, it's what it came off as. And late 70s, my dad wanted to open up a bakery. See, that would have been a good time to do something like that now. Now I'm craving Shipley's. If you've never had a Shipley's donut, I know people out there are like, fucking Krispy Kreme, Dunkin', no. Shipley's Donuts, they have the best yeast donuts I've ever had in my entire life. I know people try to emulate those donuts. No one gets it right. But Shipley's is like legitimately the best, like, literal yeast donut you could get. Suzanne likes the like cake donuts from there as well. But man, I could down like a dozen of those things. I mean, I would gain like 20 pounds, but I could do it all the time. I fucking love that shit. But okay, there was someone I brought up last time. There was this guy who made a video about bricks and minifigs a few months ago, and he took it down and then brought it back up. And his response video after saying, "Hey Ben, I want to work with you," he basically got kind of like told like, "Hey, if you work with Ben, we will sue the shit out of you." But his video always comes off like, I've watched it twice. It comes off like a hostage video to me, like legit hostage video. Like they said, "Hey, I need you to say this." Yes, MGS Bricks. Thank you. Like, if you want to be in good graces with us, say this. Oh, I'm gonna pull it up.
All the stuff coming out about bricks and mini.
So, and I just want to show this because it is fascinating how it goes from sounding like a normal video.
With all the stuff coming out about bricks and minifigs, I thought I could show y'all where else you.
It like starts sounding like a normal video, and then like halfway through it, it turns into. So bricks and minifigs reached out to me and basically said that I basically need to do this. A couple will be interviewing BAM's crisis management firm later. Oh, really? Like tomorrow night? So can I ask, is that coming from a place of like PR, or is it a like, hey, let's talk about actually what's going on? Because I've seen a bunch of the PR that BAM is trying to do, and it is basically don't talk about anything that anyone has any real like questions on. Just keep pushing the narrative. And I mean, they just look like assholes, essentially.
Minifigs, I thought I could show y'all where else you could go. So today I'm going to drive 2,600 miles to investigate a wide range of non-bricks and minifigs across the US by testing their 1-star reviews, starting out with this one in...
Oh, okay, actually, hold on. Let me go to the actual video. Here we go.
I thought I would come on here and show how Bricks and Minifigs Corporate responded to a video I uploaded about a month ago. If you haven't seen the...
Hold on, I'm moving it over to my other screen here. All right. This is the video that I was referring to. Wow, she was the head of Oakland Raiders PR while they were still in Oakland. Now runs her own independent crisis management firm. That's a gig. That's a fucking good gig. I was told by some sources to expect it to be extremely fucking spicy.
I thought I would come on here and show how Bricks and Minifigs Corporate responded to a video I uploaded about a month ago. If you haven't seen the video yet, I went to 4 different Bricks and Minifigs locations with a bin full of rare LEGO minifigures that were worth hundreds or even thousands of dollars. The catch is that when I went in, I acted like I didn't know what I had, all while filming this on a hidden camera in my glasses. The offers I received ranged from 6% to 19% of the true value of the figures that I brought.
And I think right here that like this is the part of the video that is like him being extraordinarily truthful, because it's true. He was offered a very, very low amount, and it did seem like the people who were interacting with him, in my personal opinion, he says kind of a little bit different here, but we're trying to get over on him. I think they knew what he had, and they were trying to get it in, and they were trying to make a profit. I'm someone who does a little bit of buying and selling of collectibles myself, and I am a very, very upfront person when it comes to that stuff. I typically like to give people 70 to 75% of what I'm buying, and within reason of like condition and stuff like that. I'm very open about that. And if I don't know something, and like let's say it's in someone's collection, I like to research it before telling them what I'm gonna buy it from for. And companies like this are there just to basically do the GameStop. Let me give you 20 to 40% of the value of that, so I can make bank. The reality is this: like a lot of people who are doing collection buying and things like that are scummy. Your theory is pretty spot on. Seeing their full financial disclosure documents, corporate takes on average 3 to 5 stores a year before reselling them. Yeah, that makes sense though. That makes sense. Like do all that you can, do the damage you can, then get the fuck out of there. You start seeing this dip in like retention and essentially like sales and things like that, because people are like, well, I'm getting fucking scammed left and right. I can just buy some of the stuff off of eBay at this point, or I can sell it on eBay and make more money. Eventually, people are going to catch on that, like, hey, yeah, the store that was good. New hires, people come on, people with different kind of mentalities and belief systems come into place. I think anyone who's running a business that is buying and selling, I think the majority of them. And by the way, I do want to talk about the is it Jason Page thing at some point here. My stance right now on that is like everyone involved in that, with the exception of the children, are fucking scumlords. It's the Gengar thing where basically this guy he gave a kid, he said it was like a $150 card. It was not, it was a damaged card. It was probably be like a PSA 1 or 2, which I dislike PSA and grading services in general. I do a lot of card collecting myself and selling. And look, you have a card, it's damaged, it's a damaged card. I hate the fake premium we put on those things, especially when it's like, it's really hard to get a PSA 1. It's like, okay, cool. It's still a damaged card. Like, you know, we have this like way of like turning shit into gold, and I'm like, I don't get it. I just don't understand it. But what I was gonna say was Jason Page came in after this guy traded about $75 worth of cards, you know, for a busted Gengar, and this Gengar got into, I believe it's is it Jason Page? I can't remember his name. I think it's Jason Page. In his hands, he convinced the kids that this card that he is trading them was actually worth more than the Gengar that they had in their hands, which the Gengar was probably worth about $75 to $80 on a good day. I would say 85 on a good day. I wouldn't pay more than, like, personally seeing it and knowing the prices over the last like year on that card, I would never have paid what they paid, or said it was worth. I would have paid probably like $40. It's an older card, but it's not that hard to get. I mean, those cards were especially in the Japanese version of that set, there was a holo in every single pack that was opened. But whatever, I'm going down a rabbit hole here. So Jason Page traded this card to these children and essentially said, hey, this card that has my signature on it. Jason Page, by the way, is the guy who sang the theme song to Pokemon, right? And he essentially said, hey, because this card, it's not even a real card. It's a promo card from a grading company. I believe it's AGS was the grading company. It was not a card that was worth more than, I think, $30. And even then it shouldn't be worth that because it's not even a real Pokemon card. But whatever. He trades this card to this kid. He says it's like $150 to $200 card. It's a perfect 10. There's only one of these out in the world. And you know, in my personal opinion, Jason Page's signature is not worth more than a couple bucks because he signs so much shit, but he charges, by the way, for his signature, he charges anywhere between $50 to $100 for his signature with a bunch of different modifications. So this whole thing turned out to be like such a fucking just mess because there are people calling out Jason Page and there are people calling out the vendor who traded these kids this Gengar card. If you ever want to check it out, I think Opossum Bud literally did like 3 or 4 different videos on it, and I watched them all, and the whole thing is just a fucking mess. But it reminds me of this. This is what I'm trying to get at. It reminds me of this situation where there's a bunch of grays, right? And in my opinion, the only people in here who were innocents in it, to an extent, would be Ben and Brian. Everyone else, like, I look at it and I'm like, okay, this is fucked. The stuff with the police with Ben, in my personal opinion, is corrupt. That's like absolute police corruption. The stuff with Crystal and her husband, I don't care. Like, I saw it and I was like, okay, fascinating. I actually put that in the back of my brain of like, okay, well, these people are just coming now out of the woodwork because, you know, like, hey, why not capitalize on this? And yeah, I don't see anything other than just like the only people in this thing who were trying to do the right thing was Ben and Brian to an extent.
In. At the last store featured in this video, after the employees said that they put all the figures back into the bin, which I took them in, I was walking out and I noticed that the most expensive one was missing. Now this minifigure is worth north of $1,000. And when I walked back in, they simply said that they misplaced it, handed it back, and said it was fake. Now the purpose of my video was to test a sample of stores in this franchise to see how they would perform.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. So I'm going to get to kind of their interactions with Bricks and Minifigs.
More positively, I suspect the company would have been much more comfortable with the video remaining online. That same day that the video was taken down, I received an email from the official Bricks and Minifigs corporate email. The email reads, "Hi MGS Bricks. My name is Matt McNeef. I'm with Bricks and Minifigs corporate.
Matt McNeff So is that Eamon's brother, right? I also want to point out here too, they're very polite, which is kind of fascinating because I always kind of took everything that was coming out as they were kind of like hard nosed, like sort of like angry folks.
Watched your recent video featuring several Bricks and Minifigs locations, and I wanted to reach out directly. First, I want to acknowledge something up front. Based on what we can see in the footage, it does appear that our internal handling procedures were not followed in one of the interactions you highlighted. That's something we take seriously, and we are addressing it with the franchise as a whole. Regardless of intent, our standard is clear. Every item brought in by a customer should be handled with care, transparency, and returned appropriately if no deal is made.
Okay, see, and this is all boilerplate, like correct. Like this is how it should be handled. I will say this: like they need to be ethical about their business practices, and they need to actively like give people like what they're truly like the value that they say. Like we give 50%. If they're doing that, they need to actually give the real value.
We've done some internal review, and while the footage is over a year old, which limits what we can fully verify, it.
So you said this is the theory, but I saw some sketchy business practices that look like corporate is deliberately setting up their franchisees to fail so they can seize their assets. Interesting. If there's more information on that, like I would love to see that.
It appears that this was an honest mistake by an employee, not a pattern or intentional behavior. That doesn't excuse the outcome, but context does matter, especially when something like this gains traction online. So yes, the footage is over a year old, but to be honest, I was trying to graduate high school while editing this, and that took up a lot of my time. Some of the files corrupted, so I had to spend time getting those back. The footage from the Amazon spy glasses I used was super finicky to work with, and figuring out the best way to communicate what happened was also very tough. What you likely couldn't have known is the real-world impact this has had. The North Raleigh store owner is currently out of state handling the passing of the grandfather who raised him, and the employee involved, who has no prior history of issues and has consistently been a strong team member, is preparing to undergo heart surgery and is currently experiencing.
This is the stuff that should not be in an email. This is the stuff that's all like, I'm trying to make you feel bad. It's like, well, no, these people did these things, so like, you know, like, yeah, none of that matters. 100%. This is bullshit. This is I'm trying to make you feel bad. Do what I say.
Significant stress related to the attention this situation has generated.
And as he pointed out earlier, this is or actually he might be pointing out here in a second. This is literally a one-party state, so he could leave up the video footage. He didn't have to take it down.
I'm not sharing that to push back on your content.
Okay.
But to give a fuller picture of the people behind what is shown. We also want to raise something important regarding privacy. It appears individuals were recorded and posted without their consent, and in a way that has made them directly identifiable. We ask that if this content continues to be used or shared, that reasonable steps are taken to protect the privacy of those individuals.
And this is like light fear mongering, and it's basically peppered in as a like, hey, by the way, we just want to do the right thing, and it's really being like, no, I need you to take down this video, or I need you to edit this video so the people in this video aren't seen because we don't want them to be outed. And the reality is like, no, they did something scummy. They did.
E.g. blurring faces, limited identifying details. This is not only a matter of basic fairness, but also aligns with platform expectations around privacy.
I don't know about that piece. The only thing I know about when it comes to like YouTube is like if there's children in the video, they're blurred. And the other stuff, if as long as it's like within law, like the law of your state, like it's all, like it's free game at that point. Yeah, veiled threat. And by the way, we'll sue the shit out of you, 100%.
Separately, we do want to be clear that while we are open to engaging constructively, we also take seriously our responsibility to protect our brand, our franchises, and our employees from misleading narratives or undue harm.
That right there is where I'd be like, can you explain to me where there's a misleading narrative? because what I have shown in this video is exactly what happened. Your folks, first of all, trading stuff in, taking basically paying me out a very low percentage of what it's worth, first of all, and then second of all, trying to steal an item. Yeah, ass covering legal jargon. Yeah.
We believe there is a better path forward here than escalation, and we'd prefer to pursue that. One additional piece of context. Since this video was filmed, we've made meaningful improvements across our system to increase consistency in how stores evaluate collections, particularly minifigures and mixed lots. We've invested in better tools, clearer standards, and more structured training. That said, even with those improvements, offers still vary from store to store, and that's by design. There are a number of real factors that go into any evaluation, including completeness, condition, authenticity, current inventory, local demand, and the time required to sort and resell. Those nuances can be difficult to fully capture in a single filmed interaction, but they're a big part of how the process works in practice.
Okay. This is just a bunch of bullshit. I read this stuff and I'm like, okay. I worked in a corporate environment, and this is just stuff that is thrown out there. It's all like nice to like we're working on it. And the reality is they're just trying to cover themselves.
All of that said, we already think there's an opportunity here to do something more constructive than the typical back and forth that follows videos like this. If you're open to it,
this is verbose for no fucking reason.
We'd welcome the chance to connect and potentially collaborate on a follow-up that adds more depth and transparency for your audience, whether that's revisit.
This literal email could have been, hey, thank you so much for reaching out to me. Just as a quick thing, can you just, can you blur the people who were involved in this? We're trying to work on this privately, yada, yada, yada. We're also looking at what is going on in our stores, and we're going to try and make the process better. Also, can we talk with you? That's it. It doesn't have to be this. This feels like an AI fucking like write me a legal fucking something that covers everything. ChatGPT.
Visiting stores with a clearer look at how evaluations happen in real time, doing a side-by-side comparison across locations, or spending time behind the scenes to show how collections are processed. We think there is a way to turn this into something genuinely interesting and informative.
So yeah, use your platform and your viewers to make us look good. Cool.
We are not looking to control the narrative. We are interested in contributing to it in a way that's accurate.
Your previous statements actually state the exact opposite. Take down, cover up the shit that we don't want other people to see. We want to basically come in and show you that, hey, we're good people. That's controlling the narrative. This is bullshit.
Accurate, balanced, and valuable to the community that's clearly paying attention. If you'd be open to a conversation, I'd be glad to connect. Best, Matt McNeef, COO. So I responded a day later saying, hi Matt, thanks for reaching out and taking the time to share all of that. I really appreciate the context. I went ahead and temporarily took down the video so I can make some updates, mainly to properly blur faces and remove any identifying details. I definitely wasn't trying to harm anyone with the video. Going into it, I didn't have any preconceived ideas. I was just trying to document real interactions and see how the process works in different stores. I do appreciate you acknowledging that what happened didn't align with your internal standards. It's good to hear that it's something you take seriously and are addressing.
This is a point in time where I would have taken that email, paid someone an hour, like a lawyer to pay an hour to look over it and be like, what does this mean, and how should I be responding to this? Because to me it sounded like a threat when reading it. It sounded like someone was trying to be nice, but it sounds like a threat, and a legal threat at that.
also understand your concerns around privacy, and I'm making sure that's handled better in the updated version. I'll definitely be open to collaborating on something going forward. I think there's a really interesting opportunity to show more of the full process and give people a better understanding of how evaluations work. I just want to make sure I retain editorial control so the content stays authentic to my audience. Happy to connect and talk more if that makes sense. Thanks again, MGS Brick. Then they sent a reply the next day and linked me up with the media relations person. She suggested we do like a one-on-one Zoom call with Matt. And
man, that Times New Roman font is like, look, I'm sorry, I'm being catty, but anytime I see someone typing with Times New Roman, like basic ass font, I'm like, what the fuck is this? What kind of world do we live in right now?
Do like an interview. I told them that I had my final exams the next week so I could graduate, which I did. Then about a week and a half later, they sent another email saying, "Hi Malachi," which is my real name. "Thanks again for your reply."
I just think of Children of the Corn. That is such a evangelical Christian name. God. It's like up there to me for like, why would you name your child this, like along with like Gaylord? Could be worse, Comic Sans. You know, I'm gonna say something. I'll take Comic Sans over Times New Roman at this point. I'm kidding. No, I anytime I look at Times New Roman, it is one of the harshest to look at fonts. And it's like as someone who's dyslexic, it is so hard to read sometimes.
A few weeks back. We hope your finals went well. We really appreciate you for being open to continuing the conversation. Again, we agree with you that there's a strong opportunity here to create something genuinely helpful for the LEGO community, especially when it comes to understanding how trade-ins actually work in a real-world setting. There's also
difficult to read. Yep. Okay. This upcoming port, by the way, this statement here, this like there's also a human side to this, is the thing that I read and I saw and I was just like, what in the fuck?
Also a human side to this that we think is important. The people behind these stores, their teams, and how situations like this can impact them.
So yeah, I know that we fucked up, but actually what you don't know is that, you know, what you've done has hurt our store, and we would like to show you how it hurt us. And we want to feed off of that. And we want to basically make people sympathize with the people who have been stealing from people, allegedly. It's like, no, these motherfuckers literally held on to and they knew it too, held on to a $1,000 minifig, which when you say it out loud, $1,000 minifig, it's like, why? Why is it $1,000? Still, it is a very expensive minifig, held on to it. And then also they're just basically just buying Legos at like such a massively discounted rate that it's to me it's the equivalent of theft. I'm saying allegedly after that, alleged theft, because I don't know if that actually happened.
I believe there's an opportunity to tell
I just don't want to deal with anyone who watches this.
Really connect.
I don't want to deal with anyone like a legal team being like, "Why are you saying shit about us?" Even though I know they probably would never see this, I am notoriously fucking paranoid.
With store owners are legitimately receiving multiple death threats due to your video, and their families are genuinely concerned. The last 2 weeks have severely impacted many of these good, hardworking people. Our hope is that you'll be willing to listen and consider something that will not only be great for your audience, but help de-escalate the seriousness these individual store owners are dealing with in real life due to the first video. So they said that we could do
help de-escalate the seriousness these individual store owners are dealing with in real life. The question is, has there been any sort of action taken to correct what actually happened? Can you tell me, like, do you admit that these things happened? And if so, can you understand how I feel and why I had to do a video like this? If you guys had just been doing the right thing to begin with, the video wouldn't be necessary. So why is this on me? Is the question that pops up in my head.
Do Wednesday or Thursday, April 29th or the 30th. Now, after thinking over it for a little bit, I wasn't
please don't kill ourselves. This is exactly what it is.
Interested in doing a one-on-one interview just because I didn't really think it helped the storyline of my video any.
So this is the most truthful thing this guy has said. It does not help me, it helps them
more. And I kind of just wanted to move on from the situation until Reckless Ben released his video 12 days ago. So it was about 3 days after he released his first video. I made a short that I posted on Instagram and TikTok along with YouTube. Reckless Ben just exposed Bricks and Minifigs, and what they did is unacceptable. I exposed them, but to a lesser degree about a month ago. And you guys are saying that we need to team up.
Look. I would have stopped answering emails at this point.
Messaged him about it
from Bam. I'd just been like, "Oh, I'm about to blow myself up here. It's time to just fucking." Oh, I hope enthusiast Bam or boycott Bam. I think Lego enthusiasts are doing that. There's also a lot of people who are like going to different like franchises and like breaking into the places, starting fights with people. That's the stuff that does not need to happen. A legit just boycott. Like don't even acknowledge the store. Don't leave a bunch of fake reviews. Just fucking stop going there. Tell all your friends not to go there. Let it be word of mouth. Send people the video. Share the video, of what they're doing, and let it be. I think the people who are like, doing these like vigilante style, like, let me go fuck with the, one of the franchisees owners. That's the stuff that does not need to happen. Because the reality is that these are people who own a franchise. They're not necessarily the corporate ownership of Bricks and Minifigs. The corporate ownership of Bricks and Minifigs are the people who are litigious and lie. And when I talk about lying, I'm talking in terms of like how they've tried to like frame what Ben has been doing and how Ben has been interacting with them. I know Ben has said like, he's been accused of like bomb threats and stuff like that. And I think I watched the video the other day and someone was like, I don't think Bam is saying that Ben is the one doing the bomb threats. I think the people around Ben who are like the viewers and maybe people in who are taking on this like, this information are the ones doing it. And so basically they're saying like, because of Ben, through the laws of like, like through osmosis, everyone got from Ben that they should just fucking start doing crazy shit to our stores and threatening us. I think that's what it is. I don't think Ben has any control over what other people do. And Ben has, I think, said multiple times, please do not do anything. Do not interact with them. Just stop. So to me, I think, like if Bricks and Minifigs has anything on anyone, and they're trying to like dump that onto Ben, that's just not true. That's not fair. I've been a boycott of them all my life. Never heard of them before. I have been in one, and I walked in and saw what they were kind of like selling stuff for. It was overpriced, and honestly, not like I used to collect Legos. I don't do much with Legos at all anymore. I think the last thing I literally picked up something for Suzanne for her birthday, and that was the Seinfeld Lego set. And I went through they don't sell it anymore. I went through eBay for it. But I would never go to one of their shops because I believe they're overpriced.
And he hasn't seen it yet. I need your guys' help. Tag Ben Snyder in the comments so he sees this. Ben, together we can do something great. This is going to be so freaking peak. So when Ben eventually saw it, he commented in the comment section. And right after he commented, I got this email. A formal notice regarding proposed Reckless Ben collaboration. Malachi, you received this email directly because it has been brought to our attention that through MGS Bricks.
And here is where I think like I like went from being like, oh, cool, like, like this guy's speaking out against Bricks and Minifigs. I immediately went to, oh, he's covering his ass. MGS Bricks is.
You have communicated with Reckless Ben about potentially creating, in quotations, peak content involving Bricks and Minifigs in the situation he has been publicizing. Please consider this email to you a formal notice not to involve yourself, your platform, your audience, MGS Bricks, or your content in any campaign, collaboration, stunt, statement, recording, post, or coordinated activity involving Reckless Ben, his associates, or claims being made against Bricks and Minifigs, its franchises, owners, employees, employees, vendors, or related parties. The issue with him is not just internet drama, it is an active legal matter with serious civil and criminal implications. The situation has already resulted in...
So, I'm going to jump in and say this real quick. So this situation reminds me, and I know there's people out there who like H3. I am a very, 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 very former fan of H3. I don't think Ethan Klein is a good person. I think he is a shill for Israel at this point. And on top of that, this reminds me of what Ethan Klein did to Casey Tron, where he basically forced her into a quote unquote settlement, and made her read a statement, basically saying what I did was wrong. When the reality is like, you know, if you know anything about what's going on with that case right now, the lawsuits against like Denims, not Denim, sorry, yeah, I think it is Denims actually. But the lawsuits against them are like literally falling a fucking apart, like legitimately. And now he's actually going after iDubbbz of all people because he shared something that, at least this is allegedly what it's about. He shared something that Destiny said about Ethan, basically being a PDF file on his Discord. That's the paraphrasing, but that is what he's being sued for in a, I believe, a Vancouver court right now. So yeah, Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron are the three. Yeah, Ethan crashed out and burned big time. I 100% agree. I don't know how anyone can sit there and be like, yeah, Ethan Klein is legitimately still funny and still like on the right side of history. I don't understand how anyone who works for him, especially like Dan, can actually like do this, because it just feels like Ethan is just actively going down a rabbit hole of just being the person he actually, you know, was sued by originally, which was, is it Matt Hoffman or whatever his name is? Yeah, it's that shit that I'm like anytime someone's like, oh, Ethan Klein, you know, I love watching H3. I'm like, so you like watching fucking a dude who fucking justified basically the actions Israel has done against Gaza, essentially. That fucking, if you ever want to watch something so wild, watch the debate between Ethan and Hassan that was like, I think like a year old now at this point. It was the moment that I went, you know, I thought, okay, the situation's weird. You know, Ethan needs to just fucking grow up and actually talk to Hassan. That's the moment I went, no, I'm fucking done. I'm done with H3H3. I own some H3H3 merch too. Like I'm like at that point where I'm like, I don't fucking. I by the way, I would never buy Teddy Fresh. I think Teddy Fresh is kind of gaudy, and plus I wear pretty much all black, so it's not my cup of tea. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like I was a big fan of theirs. I thought Ethan was funny. And after everything that was said and done, Ethan is brainwashed. Ethan, in my opinion, something happened, and I don't know what it is. I can't speak to any of it because I don't know Ethan. I don't know anything at all. I am basically being parasocial here, talking about it at this point. But the reality is this: Ethan Klein, something happened between. I literally on the leftovers, like something happened. And I think it happened literally between the time that like Trisha and him stopped doing their thing, and Hassan and him stopped doing their thing. Something happened. Like I also noticed like Ethan's tics got like much worse too. So I don't know what's going on there. Like I don't know what is happening. To me, it feels like something is like there's some sort of like something chemically going on, and I'm not talking brain chemically, but I don't know. Something just feels very off.
Arrest for him and several of his followers. Attorneys and law enforcement at multiple levels are actively involved. Evidence has been preserved, continues to be collected, and will be used as appropriate. We are not going to outline our evidence, legal strategy, investigative details, agency involvement, or next steps in an email that may be forwarded, posted, clipped, or misused. But we will make this very clear. The public narrative being pushed by Ben and others is false, misleading, exaggerated, and incomplete. We have evidence contradicting key claims, and we have evidence concealing coordinated efforts to create content, manipulate public perception, and generate pressure through social media.
Okay. Here is where, like, I think this is the sneaky way that MGS Brooks is basically saying, like, hey, I'm being held hostage. He leaves in this email, right? And they say, but we will make this very clear. The public narrative being pushed by Ben and others is false, misleading, exaggerated, and incomplete. We have evidence contradicting key claims, and we have evidence concerning coordinated efforts to create content, manipulate public perception, and generate pressure through social media. So to me, that is, I would be reading between the lines and being like, oh, so they know about, like, they're claiming that Ben's doing this. This might be like a slight admission of guilt that they too might also be trying to do this as well.
Media. These actions have legal consequences. We are not asking you to take our side. We are giving you a simple warning not to make yourself part of it. If after receiving this notice you choose to help, create, stage, promote, monetize, repeat, amplify, or coordinate content based on false or unverified claims, you may no longer be treated as a neutral observer or innocent commentator. Depending on your conduct and communications, you could expose yourself to subpoenas, preservation demands, civil claims, and potential criminal implications.
And this is I believe he's like 18, maybe 19. This is terrifying to a kid. This is legitimately something that I would, if I had gotten it at his age, I'd been like, I am backing the fuck out. I am deleting my YouTube account. Like I'm going to erase everything because I would be terrified that I would lose everything.
That risk is especially serious now that you have been placed on notice that the claims are disputed, evidence exists contradicting them, and the matter is already under active legal and law enforcement review. You should immediately preserve all communications and materials relating to this matter. That includes Instagram DMs, texts, emails, call logs,
Damn sure just like to hand out threats. Yeah, and I think, I'll be very honest with you. Legal departments, when it comes to corporations, especially, I don't think they're publicly traded. I think they're privately owned. I have to look that up. But I know privately owned ones are extraordinarily, like, we'll go down a rabbit hole. We'll make it hard. We'll make your life hard. I think big corporations do it too, but it's a little bit more of a, you're going to get this directly from like an actual law firm. And that's pretty much it. This is I'm taking this on myself. I'm handing out the thread and just let you know. You decide you want to do it. You want to be cute. We'll make it. We'll make your life miserable.
recordings.
Like this is something that should come from a lawyer if they really feel that way. This is a
deleted messages, drafts, notes, shared files, posts, comments, and communications with Ben, Mencel, Crystal Law, or anyone else connected to this situation. Even if you delete, alter, conceal, or destroy anything, there will be criminal implications. Before you allow yourself to be pulled into this, we strongly recommend that you speak with someone who has real legal, business, or practical experience. A content opportunity may seem harmless online, but
yeah, this is ego. I mean, in I think all of those guys who were heads of this company, I think the McNeff family, all of those guys, like they're all just like they've got bravado. They have the money. They know we put pressure on people, just like the guy said to Crystal on the phone. Like, if you want to drag this out, we will make this bad for you, and you may take this as a threat, but and to be honest with you, I think he said you may think this is a threat, and it may sound like one because it is, and it's like shit, yeah.
Participating in someone else's false,
even though like I said earlier, Crystal, I watched their response video and I was just kind of like, okay, it did feel like people were tacking onto this and trying to be like, what about us, that type of thing. And if what Colin was saying was true, and there was like this mismanagement of money, Crystal should not be at all involved in this, and should not be collecting money at all.
Or unlawful campaign can create consequences that last far longer than you realize. We are not accusing you of wrongdoing at this time. We are giving you a clear opportunity to avoid becoming part of it. We have reached out to you multiple times regarding your previous video, and we remain willing to speak with you directly. Our offer to collaborate with you in a legitimate and honest way also still stands. We would much rather see you build something positive than get dragged into Ben's legal problems. But make
Okay. Yeah, that is a, hey, can you still do a fluff piece on us? We'll make it worth your while. Come on, buddy.
no mistake. If you knowingly insert yourself into this situation after this warning, we will preserve this notice and your subordinate actions as a part of the record. The smart move is to step back, preserve everything, and get advice before doing something that may follow you longer than a video trend. Respectfully, Matt McNeath, Bricks and Minifig. I then responded a few hours later saying, "Hi there, thank you for reaching out. I did connect with Reckless Ben, and after speaking with him, I realized that it's not something I want to be involved with. Now
Yeah, like I said, you being a kid, you get these letters and you're just like, oh no, this is so much. That's why, that's why he edited the video. That's why he did what he's done so far, and this is why he created this video. It's literally to be like, let me get out ahead of this, and I'm gonna drop doing. I bet he's gonna stop doing Lego stuff. Wait, has he done anything Lego oriented since then? No. Oh, wait, is there a better store than Bricks and Minifigs? Wait, is this a fluff piece? Has anyone watched this? I know I'm asking a question.
Exams and graduating this Saturday.
Like if anyone
I'd
knows,
love to reconnect and continue the conversation we were having before. Would you guys be open to hopping on a call sometimes Thursday or Friday this week? Thanks, Malachi.
Oh God. Yeah, let's sit down. Let's have a good time.
Today they responded to me. "Hi Malachi, I was just talking with the owner of the North Raleigh store. He said he would love the opportunity to meet you in person, have a conversation, and get to know you. He mentioned he loved one of your first major videos, trading up from a mini."
YouTubers have more influence than they realize. Corporations are paying attention now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, look, we're at a point where I think a lot of people are going to YouTube for information, and they're trying to find alternate news sources because the reality is this: like, you can't trust anything. And I think a lot of people look at like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, Newsmax, all of these places, these NBC, whatever, CBS, and they're like, I don't know what's true anymore. And so, yeah, corporations are now like, oh wait, shit actually is happening on YouTube, and it's affecting our revenue. Because people are exposing, like they're actually doing journalism, and we need to stop this. This is bad.
Minifig, starting with a minifig maker card at his store. If you would be down to meet with him, we'd be happy to set up something. Tell me in the comments if y'all would like to see that happen.
See, that's where I went, no, I don't want to see that happen. What the fuck, guys? So here's the other thing too, though, and here's the flip side of this. There is a lot of YouTubers who are like, I'm going to expose someone, and they don't go down like the like avenues they should before they release information. And so they get caught in these, like the situation here with like Ben and Brian and all that stuff. And then like, there's a bunch of people who are now like digging into everything, and they're finding like everything's like a shade of gray, and like, we don't really know what the truth is. If there was true, like we need, I hate to say this. I think we need like people going through like some sort of media training and investigative journalism, like a boot camp of some sort, because I feel like a lot of people look at like Nick Shirley of all people and go, oh, this dude just walked up to a fucking building and said like, hey, look, Somalians are fucking stealing money from people, and I can do that too. Now, I don't want to equate Reckless Ben to Nick Shirley, because that's not the case. Reckless Ben has been doing this performance level sort of like investigative journalism for a while now. McCaney Manor being one of the big ones, and then the dude who makes the fucking graphic fucking horror films and God, what is it? I just watched it not too long ago. That stuff is fascinating, and I think it is, he is interesting, but like the Nick Shirleys of the world are the ones who are being rallied around because they push an agenda for corporations. And I think there's a lot of people out there who are like also looking at it being like, well, I can do the same thing too. The reality is this: we need actual true journalists on YouTube doing investigations. Like CoffeeZilla to me is like a prime example of like someone who's doing it right and doing all the research before like releasing big videos and things like that. And to me, I like people who cover all their bases. And then if they can't cover their bases, let people know like, hey, I don't know what's going on, but we need to keep digging, right? Nick Shirley is an easy mark. Yeah, Nick Shirley is, look, I'm of the belief there is something wrong. Like Nick Shirley is like a puppet. But there's something wrong with Nick Shirley. Like developmentally, like he is unable to connect dots, and it's weird. Have you seen Inton? Let me look. Brian Inton. Oh, Inton Investigates. Okay, hold on. He's a little slow. I think he's a little bit more than a little slow. Like I'm a little slow. He is. He's. Yeah. Yeah, there's something wrong there.
But for right now, I'm content not meeting with anybody, since ACOP already did that great interview with the CEO and CO.
That was not a good, by the way, that was not a good interview. Like, there's a lot of shit that was missing. I was trying to be nice.
Whoa. I have since re-uploaded my video with all the faces of the...
Nick, I can't be nice to Nick Shirley. And the reality is this. Nick Shirley has pushed a narrative that is so damaging and believed by the dumbest of the dumb as truth. When the reality is that like the person running and involved in that scam had been found out about years ago, fucking years ago. And yes, there were Somalians involved in that, but the reality is this: the person who was running it was not a Somalian; it was a white woman, and they refused to acknowledge that piece. Like I even think they've gone as far to say, that she was not the ringleader and she was just a pawn in this whole thing. When the reality was that's not the case. And just everything that happened there is just so fucked. And we should not live in an age where like fake lies, like just anything like that becomes the truth. And that's where I'm at. Like Nick Shirley is a fucking scumlord. His mother's fucking an asshole too. Like they're all assholes, and they're basically making money off of lies. Like there should be a special place in hell. Even if I believed in hell, there should be a special place in hell for people who do shit like that.
Employees blurred. If you haven't checked it out yet, I would highly recommend. I want to be clear, my goal was to never encourage review bombing or harassment of any store. I've been made known that a lot of one-star reviews were left on the stores that I went to in my video, and I've also been made known that a lot of them got deleted, and I want to clarify that.
Okay, so also the other thing too is Google goes through, especially like if you're doing it through Google reviews, they go through when they start to notice that someone is getting review bombed, and they wipe them. And I even think they lock those shops' reviews down. So you can't just keep leaving fake reviews, like one-star reviews. That's the thing is like everyone, I think all YouTubers, when it comes to like exposing like a corporation and all that stuff, need to let them know, like, do not go and think you're going to go do something amazing by leaving 1,000 like one-star reviews. It doesn't do anything. If anything, it gets wiped and it's just a waste of time. Just boycott the store. Don't go to it. Tell your friends not to go to it. Just don't go after the people involved, because it doesn't work out for anyone. If anything, it gets these people in more trouble.
This is not Bricks and Minifigs deleting the reviews. This is Google, because when a big influx of negative reviews comes in, their bots are programmed to not take those in because they see them as not legitimate. Because how reviews should work is you should leave a review after you visit the location in person. And since everybody was leaving one-star reviews after watching my video, up to the viewers watching.
All right. I'm gonna watch that other video he's got at some point, but I'll be honest with you.
From the White House that they want to get out.
I
If you're Joe
I think it's
Biden
a
or you're
fluff
Donald
piece.
Trump, you know that if
All
you
right, I'm gonna
want
run
to
to the
get out,
bathroom
you're
real quick.
pissed at Netanyahu, Barak Ravid's the guy you go to. Now, on the other side, you have Amit Sigal, who is one of Israel's most famous journalists, very close to Benjamin Netanyahu. Channel 12, I think, is his network. This guy is now reporting today, the day we're talking, that actually the Israeli side is saying, no, Trump never swore at Netanyahu, never mentioned jail or prison, and they disagreed about how to handle Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the question then becomes, for those of us who were not in the room, who do you believe? Serial liar Donald Trump or serial liar Benjamin Netanyahu? Journalists who act as vessels for leaders on both sides? It's very hard. This is why people have a real issue with mainstream media right now. Because what do you do in a situation like this where both sides are spinning furiously? And I can believe either version. I can believe that Trump told him you're fucking crazy. We wouldn't put that past Donald Trump. I can also believe that they lied to make Trump sound stronger than he is and that Netanyahu's telling the truth. I don't know.
Okay, so how do they typically get the credibility? Because anybody can say this was said. So can you go back to the article when it says 2 sources were there? What is the, you're in this world.
Yes.
Is there a system or a standard to be able to, because this is a big deal.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, it's a big deal too. I mean, look, all the traditional rules of political journalism went out the window when Donald Trump came along, right? So, my colleague Swin Subsang reports on the White House for Zateo. He has very good contacts. And, he tells me some of the crazy stories he gets from behind the scenes in terms of people trying to screw each other over, right? In the Trump administration, there's a very unique dynamic. And, he's referred to it as a reservoir dogs dynamic. It's been referred to where everyone's got a gun to each other's head at the same time, right? So they're all trying to screw each other over. So that's another issue is, are 2 of the sources people who are allied with each other? Are they from different wings of the White House? Pat, with this Iran war, there are different elements in this administration. Some people want the war done, finished. Some people want it to keep going. So there's different pressures on
This
Trump.
is not 100%, 80% story. This is
So there's different people leaking for different agendas to try and end a war or escalate a war.
Give me the.
See, and my personal belief is the people who are leaking in terms of like trying to end the war are the people who are noticing, legitimately noticing that the economy is going to crash, and they're trying to mitigate what is actually happening. And I think the people who are on the other side of it want it to happen because they know it's just going to be bedlam at some point. Coffee Vid just dropped. Heads up. Okay. We could. I need to change the title of the stream. We've gone down a rabbit hole. I should just leave these up as like free for alls at this point because I think I'll be very honest with you. When it comes to like setting an agenda, I am such a free form person. Like when it comes to like talking about the news, that I should just leave it up as like a come in, hang out. We're gonna fucking just go down a rabbit hole because I think that's just the lane I live in. Like saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna watch the Patrick Bet-Davis thing, and it's all like, like I've got like an hour, and it's like I don't think we're gonna get through 2.5 hours in an hour, especially with how I operate. I also need to probably start setting up a day where we just go, like maybe a night. I've been debating like night streams, day streams. I'm a night person, so sometimes these early afternoon streams are kind of tough. Because I'm someone who runs late. I just run late. That's just who I am as a human being. And getting up at like 9:30, 10, like I'm a let me get my coffee. Let me watch some news. Let me get some videos in. And then, I look at the clock and it's like, oh, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. But let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up CoffeeZilla. And I'm also going to jump in and copy link. Okay. And while we're hanging out, I'm also going to update this. Say all right. I don't know. Okay. That free for all news. No, actually, let's change that to There we go. There we go. I think that's better. Okay. Okay. Reload. Oh, it signed me out. God damn it. All right. All right. I got the CoffeeZilla video, so I will put that up. We'll start watching it while I update some stuff here. Okay. Paste. Go.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective, this time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
Okay. Tell me more.
Okay, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong.
By the way, I do want to point out this video or this interaction right here. I would love to see it completely uncut because it does come off weird, and it does come off as very aggressive. But I don't know if I'm seeing the whole story. I've always questioned what actually was being said here and how it was being communicated.
This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner, Josh Johnson, ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon. And Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release reads. Quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection.
Okay, so here is that number is the one that always sticks out. I thought it was about $6,000, but $2,000 to $5,000 feels very, 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 very different than what was being, said. I think you said it was like somewhere between 10 to 20,000. So yeah, it's closer to what Bricks and Minifigs is saying, but still, that's a lot of money still. And the other thing too is, I wonder if they're going to get into this or not. But do we know if there's going to be any sort of conversation with Brian, and is Brian going to be able to correlate anything or back up anything that's being said? Sorry.
But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the
actually all around this question first. But here's the thing about assets, and I hate to be this person. A number can be provided. You can think something's worth a certain amount. Someone then can come in and be like, no, actually. And that's the problem with assets. There can be an obfuscation of value based on just anything. It could be like, well, the condition was not what new would be or whatever. And that's where my brain kind of goes down a rabbit hole of are we considering this brand new in box stuff? In which I will say this Brian stuff that he had, I think 90% of it, 95% of it was in box. So, that is another thing. And look, I'll be honest with you. corporations can claim anything. They can be like, well, actually, the real value is this. You may say it's worth this, but we know how much it's worth.
Who was there that night of the handover? It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise
that's cute.
owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only.
This is where Reckless Ben's nice guy approach. Yeah. So, are you saying he should have cooperated? Like, I don't know. Like, I'll be honest with you. The people involved at the very top, like Brandon Best, Josh Johnson, Ben, and Crystal, like those guys right there. Like, I think is all kind of like tied to them more than it is tied to Brian.
Ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all,
Reckless Ben's nice guy, nice approach, cooperates with finding facts.
Plain old thieves.
And I said this earlier. Like, I think what Reckless Ben did was fascinating and interesting. If it was me in that position, would I have gone the route that he did? No, I would have probably done what CoffeeZilla is doing here, and that is, let me get all the information first before I make a spectacle of it. Because the reality is, when you can confirm and you can dig into a story, and I understand this, like that, I know that's not Ben's approach to things, and that's fine. Like that, he's dealing now with a shit sandwich. And would I call it of his own making? No, I would call it the making of a bunch of people. Like, there's a lot of people involved. Just like my childhood, there was a lot of people involved in how I became who I am.
Breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the
Who is the person in the back?
previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's
child?
collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing
Wait, I mean that's a fascinating way to I guess making that point, but being like, yeah, I just filmed myself basically getting myself in trouble. Here we go.
RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs.
Mm-hmm.
He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
I find, okay, I know this is being played up for laughs, but like, I find that angle that kind of came out of nowhere from the Bricks and Minifigs people to be so fucking wild. Just to be like, let me just throw out as much bullshit as possible.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
Was he not in the state at the time? No. Well, so seems easy to disprove. Right. Well, and that's the thing, though. So, Craig, all the stuff that is coming out right now, essentially, Ben basically got slapped with a lawsuit that says, like, if he talks about anything involving this case, essentially he is just absolutely fucked. A judge did not listen to his side of things and just said, yeah, we'll push this through. So it is a very one-sided thing. He didn't even know he was being sued until it hit his Gmail account, of all things, his Gmail email. And he even said, he's like, I didn't even think this is a way to legally, depose someone, but I guess it is. And it's like, all right, yeah, like shit. They're playing a completely different game right now.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night. Yeah. And I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys, the whole fog of war approach of flooding the zone with bullshit, being uncooperative and obstructive from comes from the top. Yeah, and I agree with that. I think everyone has learned over the last literally last decade. All you've got to do if you want to try and just muddy the waters is just make as much bullshit up as possible and just let it come from so many different directions. It's the Trump approach to just everything. And these corporate these assholes do this shit. They do this on purpose.
You guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
Wow, he has been okay. I didn't even realize this is 5/5/2023. So this is going on 3 years.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have our attorneys have visited. Again. So who's
Brian Mansell?
Okay, and who is that?
That date can't be right. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that feels weird. They didn't take over until 2024, and that's why I'm like, what? That number or that date does not feel right. I am wondering if this is literally from 2025 and not 2023. I don't know if anyone. I think Colin might be in here. Colin might be able to tell us. He's been in the mix on all of this stuff.
He's a guy who had he had $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
It makes Russia hungry.
My name is
It does.
Ammon McNeff.
It makes it
I am
Russia
the
hungry
CEO
Greece. Yeah.
Of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
Yeah.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
But in the video of them taking over the franchisee's stuff, they said that yes, we will help with the consignments. They knew about the consignments. That's the stuff that I'm like, that's the hole to poke into this whole thing.
Seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no.
Oh no, okay.
Not at all. I'm gonna say that is not accurate at all. Because
so you think
I am baffled. Just the conviction that they have right now. No, that's not true. Don't believe your lying eyes, bro.
think the collection was in the store at the time, or
that's all he had to say. Case closed.
Elsewhere.
Exactly.
When you look at Mansell's,
this is exactly what my issue was with the ACOB interview is they kind of let him say his thing and then did not press. And I know CoffeeZilla is going to press because CoffeeZilla is CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla does not take shit from anyone. He's a very good reporter too. The mustache alone is a red flag.
Own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year. He explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on-site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs.
Hey, I've got kind of a mustache like that. What are you talking about? I just thought about that.
Story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site.
Stole. She's letting it slip. No, I'm just kidding.
To deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend.
Okay, I don't know if they're going to get into it. Were any of Brian's Legos stolen in any of the thefts or the stuff that was happening there?
I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations.
I believe Crystal in this situation, because I would think that, I know some of the footage of them taking over the location, is out there. Of course, we've seen it. That would be maybe on that footage, like, hey, this is off-site. You need to get this inventory.
But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs, who say they were behind on payments.
I went to school with kids who look just like these people. So now Bam is saying the Legos disappeared convenient. I mean, yeah. It is the perfect story to get out of this mess. I don't know where they went. They're gone. Bye. Sorry. Nothing we can do. Go talk to Crystal and Ben.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location. We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, can happen in franchising, where a franchise owner just, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig Store.
Okay, that's interesting. I know Colin mentioned that there was some issues with money missing. First of all, I think the initial payment of the franchisee payment, it was only $40,000 when it should have been $80,000. That's kind of leaning into this kind of territory too. Okay.
Story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gormans stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans.
So are they saying that before she was forced out, or? Okay.
And they explained it, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal arrests on her record.
Okay. So, how long ago were those? Were they when she was a young adult, a teenager? I'll admit it out loud. I've stolen stuff. Yeah, shit happens. You get fucking, what's the word? You get desperate. You just start doing shit.
That we were not aware.
When was that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you don't know when that happened. Okay.
This has been brought out by several people online now.
Oh, okay. So you're doing exactly what you're blaming Ben of, and just making shit up. I got it. Okay.
Now look, that's
oh my
huge
God,
accusation to bring up, and so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it. They're like, she has a history.
Capitalism's built for theft. It is. I mean, capitalism is built in favor of the corporations that are running everything. Name is unmistakably an unreliable narrator. That right there That information that he just spat out is exactly why you should not listen to these guys, because that's fucking insane to say. That's crazy to be like, I don't know, I read it online. Fuck off, dude. Facebook investigation strikes again. Exactly.
History of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God. Wow.
Okay, well, okay. This like, well.
Yeah, that's what they're
wow.
saying.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yes.
Well,
you
explain.
know about this.
Explain.
What?
Yeah. When I was 19 years old.
Okay, there you go. This is exactly what I was saying.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now.
Yeah.
So this was in 1990.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. Let's dig through the McNeff brothers' fucking history and let's find all the weird fucking crazy shit that they've done. Yeah, dude, this is fucking throwing stones in a goddamn glass house. I mean, they're currently fucking involved in some form of theft right now. It seems like, allegedly.
99. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection.
That dog in the background looks like he's about to start humping that pillow.
And no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection.
All right, good. Thank God.
And it infuriates me. You're going to try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was...
If I was editing a video, that's literally where my fucking camera would like fucking zoom at while she's talking. It would literally just, it would like, the audio would go quiet and you would just hear ruffling.
Manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old. Fuck you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made.
Okay, so that's fine. Like this is a massive nothing burger, and if they're going to just fucking just throw this shit out there as like a reason why they came in and did what they did, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
You cannot intimidate and bully me.
I heard she smoked marijuana in high school, kicked out a taillight, deserved everything she got. It's typically righty justification for unilateral punishment. Yeah, but if they've ever done anything remotely like that, I've been forgiven. All right? Like, I've done things in my past, but I have absolved all of my sins, okay? All right? Some magical fucking person that I pray to said I'm cool. All right, bro? Cool. No, it's that shit where it's all like they overlook all that shit because of who they are and who they know and what circles they run in and what church they go to. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. These people are fucking just hypocrites.
Into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point.
I'm gonna say this though. A lot of this stuff is like he said, she said. I don't, like until I know he's probably gonna go through and dismantle a lot of this stuff that's going on. I take some of this stuff with like a grain of salt. Them saying like I have all the evidence, like cool, show it, like provide it, put it all out there. That's what I'm all about. Like let's have it without this, theatrics behind it. Let's get to the like nitty gritty
point. And I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just...
See, here's the thing. This is how this shit works. They'll give you this grace, right? Like, oh yeah, no, we all were young. And then when they start getting fucking like called out for bullshit, they start slinging mud. It's literally what it is.
Going to leave it
Been
there.
around these
You
people
guys
like
can
this
make up your own mind. My point is,
my entire
one
life.
side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Thank you.
Where I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this.
I don't know if anyone's pre-watched this. Is there anything, if I skip ahead like 3 minutes, is there anything in this next 3 minutes that's going to be mind-blowing? Because
who's going to drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here.
I feel like
convincing both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate
glad
and
I
the
held
Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in
it's marked with a yellow tag,
that
right?
store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th.
Okay.
Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not.
Okay. The whole thing is turning into an example of Republican political inter-party behavior trickling down into individual social interactions. Yeah.
In that store. And
I
on
agree
both
with that.
sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon, too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh, and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24th, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not.
It's a Mormon taking care of Mormon
it's
things.
It's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average.
I'll be very honest with you. Typically, this is kind of how like this kind of inner circle kind of shit works. Even if you take the religion aspect out of it, on a fucking corporate level, this is how this shit works. It's like, how can we obfuscate as much as we can?
As far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is a big. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. This is we don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't put. This is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So, this.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like this is like PR like 101. Like, why aren't they being like, hey, let's chill everything out and let's be like, hey, we're working on this, instead of like going down the rabbit hole they've gone down, which is just like turn this into just a fucking circus themselves.
We'll go through these pictures.
If they have this information, like they should be able to provide it.
This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw.
Okay, but you could take a picture of a wall and say it's from that day. That doesn't mean it's from that day.
He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair,
your lawyer said it's okay to share publicly. I call bullshit. Yeah, their internal fucking whatchamacallit team, their legal team was like, we need to get out ahead of this. Let's come up with some fucking like allegedly. Let's put some random photos out to just fight back.
Fair to the Gormans,
I don't know.
They addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this
For tiny
video,
things,
in
20s are
particular,
worse
right here,
and
you'll see
surrounded by extreme antagonism and blatant actions in bad faith. Which, yeah, I mean, but that all came just fucking tumbling apart at some point because it just was not a sustainable model. Just because they didn't have the current kind of like landscape that we currently have. Like the current landscape that we have right now allows people who are fucking greedy and have money to just run fucking rampant and do whatever the fuck they want.
that empty space right here.
Back then,
So this is
they could do it up to an extent until people started being like, fuck, like this is fucking not good.
Retired and
I mean, the fucking depression happened and everyone went, oh shit, we gotta fucking change everything.
certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by
What the
Lego.
fuck is
all those
this?
empty spaces up there were the sets that we
Okay, so they only took a picture of part of the wall, not the full wall.
had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be doing the same. Like if there's $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 of inventory on the floor and, the only thing between it and me or the thief is glass, like, yeah, there's bad faith actors out there. There's thieves. There's fucking theft. People are going to fucking break in and steal it.
It's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Okay, so I think, and I'm pretty sure he's going to answer this in a second. But here's the thing. Like they can just claim like there was nothing in the safe. They can just say that.
About?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
I don't know. This just look, I just have a bad feeling just in general, just on like look, I don't like the McNeff people at all. I just don't. I don't. There is just something about all of this that is just like we're running off of fucking, produced spreadsheets that could be modified at any point in time. We're also running off of photos that can be taken at any point in time on both sides of the fence here. This is the stuff that confuses me because it's like, well, what is the truth?
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure.
None of this is conclusive. Yeah.
Sure. That's cool.
75041.
God, I feel like I've been on some of these type of calls before where you're just sitting there, someone's just reading out numbers and you're just digging through a spreadsheet to see if you find it. It's like, oh, fuck.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Okay.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about?
Okay, so the question is like, are these old or new photos? Like, where are we getting this information from?
9493.
I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right,
Okay.
that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm hoping he's going to get into this, but what are the timestamps for these like photos? Like do we have metadata on that shit? Because that's the stuff that is important.
I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? He got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
Oh, yeah, have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties, was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Okay. So look, I've been in situations where you're like, you need to prove something. And, my first thing to do is always pull out my fucking phone. And especially if I'm being put in a situation where I am being A, forcibly forced out, and B, I'm about to lose everything, I would have my phone out. Like, this is a time, and look, I know this is like, you're like, well, hey, look, maybe they weren't thinking about it. Like, my brain is immediately like, how the fuck do I get as much information as possible? The moment I walked out of the store and I saw U-Haul, I'd be taking pictures of the fucking, like, driver's license. Not driver's license, the license plate, all of it, just to be like, I need to fucking, like, get this. And I'm not trying to blame them at all. But to me, this is like a thing of like, try and get as much as you can, The moral thing to do would be to compensate per the court ruling and take up the matter separately with the franchise. But no, they got to play games. Yeah, the thing is, though, I get concerned that the small claims court stuff with Ben, especially the $10,000 like default stuff, I could see that getting thrown out just because of just how kind of like squirrely that whole situation is. I could see them fighting back and being like, no, we'll fucking we can outmaneuver this one. The bin stuff, especially with the small claims court, is like it's like one of those things where like it all sounds good, like in theory, but I just don't know how far you can take that. I just don't know if they're going to actually be able to. They would actually pay default judgment, and it was only $10,000. Why shut down a store for $10,000? I know it was said that like 10 different people also did the same thing, and I don't know. To me, it just feels so thin. It feels like a thin way of trying to get like shit done. It feels like a way that like just feels like the corporate office could just fucking maneuver their way out of it.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well,
can't they request records for that type of stuff too? Like, doesn't U-Haul keep like rental records.
One, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh owned. And he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager, Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon, Best, and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the Salem store closing down because...
Look, you know, like I think I trust CoffeeZilla. This is the stuff that I also just in the back of my head is like, is there someone being opportunistic here, like taking advantage of the situation, like calling in, making up stuff? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he probably vetted him or this individual.
Co-workers about the situation about Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was jumping off all the Lego sets to us that night. And used, like, there was a bunch of used Lego sets, that's how.
That's fascinating, by the way.
Like saran wrap, they had Star Wars CD, they just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it
Can you get the time frame on when that was happening?
had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets, like everything. You have a bunch of used stuff too.
Brandon and Josh look extremely shady because they are. I mean, the way that all that police footage of I believe Josh is fucked.
Wait, when and
Okay,
was
he's answering
this
the question
when they
I
took
had.
over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
Wow.
I mean, they were trying to leave the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
So, and he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh, well, it'd make more sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with
That's
the product.
fascinating. Holy shit. Okay. That is crazy. Okay. Wow.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it.
Lego laundry.
Brandon was talking. You've got Crystal. Really got a bird.
I
Okay.
do, and it has nothing to do
Skipping
with
ahead just a little
the
bit.
Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
A rental car that's a U-Haul.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
Okay. Well, that do we have that?
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the
It wasn't a U-Haul. It was a rented Hertz truck. Completely different.
window. But the problem is, it's night outside. So
Yeah. And see, this is the thing. Like, you can say, oh, look at the parking lot. You can't see the parking lot.
you can't see.
And that's the thing I have a question about, Michelle, is like, there obviously you can confirm a rental. Have they reached out to U-Haul to confirm that? Would U-Haul give it up, though, without some sort of subpoena?
And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, you know? I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that, and then...
oh my God. Oh my... Oh, no.
Zoom in on that photo. bring up the
You
bright
don't even have to zoom in. You just fucking open your goddamn eyes.
of this photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's
come on.
a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024. This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again,
All right. These guys are fucking dumb.
I've seen footage from that
God.
night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I
Zoom
said, I
and
really
enhance.
have to make
Enhance.
a call. And
Enhance.
that's when the
Smoking gun, but who rented it? Yeah, they can also be like, oh, that could have been the neighbors.
story changed.
So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning. You said, hey, we looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you
my
understand.
God. I thought this was Crystal and them.
And I don't know
Fuck.
if you want this particularly not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, like for a different situation that we had just, gone through some things, and he had a previously, like, hey, I have
What the fuck is this?
some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that.
Oh, they are now spinning it to say that when Brandon went down there, he had the U-Haul to go and pick up this other fucking this other employee's stolen merchandise. Okay.
That day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this
Fuck my life.
ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct?
Look, okay. That is the guiltiest sort of
Am I understanding that?
That also makes them sound stupid. He took merchandise, drove around with it somewhere else.
Yes.
So this is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal. And separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars. And that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene.
You want to take a guess what they're going to say? Because I think they're going to say he was moving there.
That night, at midnight. So on the flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes.
Why?
So then
what?
Then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap.
This is the most fucking convoluted fucking thing that you could come up with. This is just a bunch of just being like, well, they did this and then they did that. This is okay. I don't know if this is a lie, but to me, this sounds like whenever you get to catch a kid in a lie and they give you the most fantastical tale. This is what it sounds like to me.
He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that.
It sounds like it.
Went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so
he's breathing hard here, by the way.
He then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal.
Hi, Crystal. I'm coming here to take over. He needed to haul something. He could rent a truck from U-Haul. That would just work just as well. Yeah, I mean, if not better. Mystery Convo just dropped. I'm probably gonna, I'll probably watch it off stream. I've got like maybe 20 minutes left for today. I could do a stream on Friday. I haven't done anything on Friday. We could watch it then. I don't know. I've been pretty kind of down on the NC podcast lately. I want to be up, but I just feel like I've been going down a rabbit hole where I feel like it's just all the same lately. Kind of why I paused doing videos right now too, is because I'm just like, man, I need to get that love for it back. Should validate if a U-Haul truck is actually not rated for that weight. I mean, you would think that would be a question that came up when you rented it.
And then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith.
I love that. Sorry about all the cuts. Full explanation is
the changing
long.
of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that, grabs the rental truck, and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then is probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning, spends a couple of that's a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
What the fuck is this? This guy's I mean, you can definitely tell by the way he's breathing that like he is like.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon. And here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th.
Oh, this is good.
This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
So, okay, so I'm going to explain something real quick. You can change metadata on a photo. I know this because I have seen it done before. This can all be modified. So I'm curious to see if they're going to make some sort of connection to the fact that, like, hey, this is impossible. This couldn't have happened in this time frame.
It took like 4 hours. I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock, and I'm like, I gotta get up early for my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
All right. So as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird. And it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper.
It's This evidence that will be used against BAM in court to prove contradictory statements. Yeah, and that's the thing, though, is that they say one thing, and then they go, oh, wait, actually, I think I have an answer for that. And then the answer is this just convoluted fucking narrative. Typically, like, people are telling the truth. It is very much a short, to the point, like, okay, this is actually what happened. But when someone is making up a convoluted, like, sort of like statement in terms of like trying to convince you that, what you're thinking is a lie, it's typically this long drawn out way of like, try to poke holes in it, and it doesn't make, like, it doesn't have you poke holes in it. It doesn't make sense. Like, and that's usually how people get themselves caught in a lie is like this kind of bullshit. I'm curious to see the unedited, like, explanation. Because to me, it feels like that went on for like 45 minutes.
Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego. And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things.
No lawyer advises their client to speak publicly about anything they could be sued or criminally prosecuted on. Yeah.
First,
but these guys are basically flaunting their kind of like arrogance right now.
Corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection. But sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000.
Okay. And now the question I have is this $107 at that point in time? Now, this collection could be worth more, could be worth less. I mean, the market for Legos is kind of weird, but
they give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is,
we're on the same
nowhere
page.
Near $200,000. And Reckless Ben, the one who made the original video covering
this is the thing that I have issues with when it comes to bin stuff. Is misrepresentation of the actual value, evaluation or value of this collection. Because even in multiple different like things that Ben has done, he said I think 60,000 in one. I think just the other day, 100,000 in another. He said 120. I think at one point in time too. Like this number kind of like fluctuates quite a bit.
This said that surprised him.
Yeah, Ben hyped the number for.
I mean, this entire time, literally every single person has been telling me
the Chewbacca defense is real. Yeah,
there were $200,000. Like that's how much like you could sell all these sets for.
Okay. I said this earlier, and I was talking about cards because I do a lot of card sales and stuff like that. You can look the value. You can say something is valued at whatever. All right. Does it make it true? That's the gray area of selling collectibles. It's not like a dollar where you go, the dollar's worth $1. It's a physical item that someone can impart any sort of value on. So this is the gray area of collectibles. And this is my, this is why I've been fascinated with this whole entire story is there's so many different ways to view all of this stuff where you can go, oh, actually if an insurance company came in and said, okay, we're going to give you money back for stolen items, they will look at the last sold price for certain things, or they'll even look at the retail value of something and say, actually, this thing is worth this, and then pay you out that way, even though you can find a number that says, no, actually, this Rembrandt that was stolen is not, $2,000. It's actually $1 million. And, the insurance company is like, well, no, we evaluate it this way. It's a speculator sort of thing, and it's so funny. Like one day I'm going to use like, Superman #1 can be worth like, in a low grade can be 100, like $1 million. And then the next, it could be $100,000. Yeah. Insurance companies will always undervalue because they just don't want to lose money. Insurance companies are a fucking racket in my personal opinion. Car insurance, I get it. Like that's understandable. But everything else, it's just like health.
Original assessment of about $200,000.
Property insurance,
was going up to.
It's a racket, and it typically only favors the insurance company when they do something. So
his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual
I think Suzanne is home.
and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself. So that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will grab attention and bring people into the store. So we went with that.
And still, I mean, to believe that is accurate at the high end. Like, it was one of those things where when she was looking through and going,
and this is what I was talking about. It's like literally you can say like, oh, high end value, evaluation is this. It's like funny because I look at like I own a lot of like vinyl records as well. That's like one of the few things I was collecting for a very long time, and there's like such a wide swath of like how much they're worth. Like I have like a record in my collection that is like a first print of OK Computer from Radiohead. And I've seen that vinyl over the last like 2 years go for $100. And then I see one go for $1,000. It is a crapshoot on evaluation here.
Going, well,
or values of things in general.
Like, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory.
5,000.
All right, I'm skipping ahead because, look, I'm going to be honest with you. These people, if someone is talking about something and they don't know what they're talking about, I can't give it.
1,000 in the midpoint about 107 or something like that of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled
like real
to
estate,
about
you need comps to determine
65 to
fair market
70% of it.
value. Yeah.
He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that.
Okay.
Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided.
Okay, so this is exactly what
Who found
I needed to know.
$2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th.
Okay, and so are we also talking about like stuff that may not be seen in like safes or anything like that? Like, what is this? Is this everything?
Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So,
oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh fuck. Oh shit. This is not good.
These are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now,
whoa. This doesn't look good for Brian at fucking all. Oh yes, the Brixton minifigs debacle. Yeah, it's not good.
Previously, I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection. But I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But
man, I thought about making a Patreon. I was like, I couldn't justify it right now. I was like, I have like my druthers with like the concept of having community pay for stuff. But at the same time, I'm also like,
But anyways, according to those records, about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover.
Which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid 17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's accusing each other of theft right now. You understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway, and that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "There were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways?
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay, so my question is, are they going to insinuate that the layaways were there when the store takeover happened, and then they just disappeared?
Okay.
That's happening?
That's the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about Bricks and Minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway.
Oh, so he's getting at maybe that they fudged the numbers. Oh.
I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal Bricks and Minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely, if you talk to other Bricks and Minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the
books,
Brian's collection,
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No. Absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think
Suzanne's home.
Hold
on. I'll be right back.
Had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were, one, new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced, and a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm gonna guess probably half of those layaway items were not gonna be sold to the person who took them on layaway. Because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, you know, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets, but only be able to buy
What did I
one.
miss?
Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was the collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity.
Okay, so I'm wondering if, I'll be honest with you, they're trying to say like, oh, okay, we were holding on to these layaways because, you know, it was a big deal. It was a fucking big deal. Come on.
Opportunity to, dogs, to get these sets. We were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had
The Lego laundering scheme too. Holy shit. This is why I don't trust any of these I don't think I trust anyone with this type of shit. I if you're gonna do a consignment, just do it yourself. Go on eBay, fucking sell it. You know?
had several of them. I
Like,
think
don't do
one
this
of the
shit.
Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest. I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like look at this, like so, like it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah,
because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So
You can see the husband right here is like, they're like this. Fuck. I should have looked at these spreadsheets.
were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket.
Oh,
We had
no.
several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time.
Dumb. This is honestly, look, like I'm gonna say it, and I said this at the beginning. I don't think this is the fault of necessarily Ben. I think Ben was trying to do the right thing. I do also need to say that I also think Ben should have probably dug into this a lot more. Like, I know he is a YouTuber who, popular, before all this stuff happened, I think had 500,000 subs to his channel. The thing that I'm concerned about is that if they had just gotten someone to do just some light investigative work, this could have saved, I think, a lot of people a lot of time. Yeah, bit off more than he could chew here. Yeah. And I'm going to stand by that. I think Ben had the right intentions, but everyone here, the thing that the worst that they can be accused of right now is money laundering and lying and cooking the books a little bit. The least is that they were just not good record keepers at all. And, providing these spreadsheets is just making it look worse for them. Now, I'm not going to let Bricks and Minifigs off the hook here. everything that they've been saying is also shady and weird, and it doesn't make sense. So to me, it's just like this is like two opposing forces just fucking saying insane shit. And what is the truth? And I'm pretty sure we're gonna find out that, like, you know, there is just so much missing here that we need to know.
Our Ewok village was one of those cases. At some point, he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and
I can see the soul has left her husband's body.
make a payment for
I knew the 2010 case of the PI moms, except
payment,
unfolding in public.
you know,
Yeah.
I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm going to make $100.
He's, I think,
on
recognizing,
my
like, shit.
One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any better than that.
But I even found more than that in this POS data. I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
Oh, but he has uncovered so much with what he got into the Bad Cops, Bad Company, a regular soap opera. Yeah. So the thing is, the stuff that happened to Ben, especially stuff in Utah, is its own fucking can of worms. The company itself could have gone the legal route of just being like, hey, dude, like, chill the fuck out. Let's figure this out. You know, like, they could have done they could have done what they're currently doing, which is like, hey, pause. We need to take this to court. They didn't. Instead, they got the Utah police involved and lied and accused him of stalking, which, you know, unfortunately that's not the case at all. The dude Jason also looks like a fucking crazy person too in all of the police footage. So it just doesn't help. Like none of that helps. Them, Bricks and Minifigs. But Ben on the other end, you know, other side of things, like, you know, there was a little bit of, I would say, like the $200,000, you know, like tag that he put on the collection is just it's a way to make this more sensational than it actually is. Would I have done it? No, I would have probably reported the actual number. But I'm also someone who typically does not go down the rabbit hole of trying to do something so audacious and weird, because I'd feel guilty because I feel like I'm lying to people. So yeah, that's the thing. Like Ben is doing this to get eyes on this stuff, and that's what the whole job of being a YouTuber is, trying to get people to look at your shit, be entertaining enough. And we should all view. I think personally, I think we all should view the Ben, you know, videos as that. Like it's entertainment at this point. The cop stuff, the second part of that whole thing, that's the stuff that's scary to me. Like supremely scary.
See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do math here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended.
Audacious and weird describes this perfectly. It's just, there is a combination, and I hate to say this, there's a combination of incompetence, bravado, theft, and lies that just make this feel fucking just strange. These aren't original, they're a spreadsheet. Right, and that's the concern I have is they're working off this spreadsheet that does not have, like, we don't have all the point of sale. Like, I think actually Colin said that they do have all the point of sale records and all the information, and it doesn't look good for Crystal and her husband. Also, you know, they were talking about, like, I'm looking at the numbers here, the spreadsheets here, and I think the dates were like 10/14 or 10/3/2023. I thought they were leaving the country because of the election. And that didn't happen until 2024.
When I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up, they didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory.
Yeah, how accurate? That's the thing. I don't know.
So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. Yeah. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has
Hold on. I'm going to go back real quick.
It's that we're through. No happening.
Yeah, 10-3. Okay. So this is just the very beginning. Okay, gotcha. So they did leave in 2024. This is why, like, sometimes when I'm watching this stuff, I go, so what's happening?
But I must remind you that
what am I
on
seeing?
The night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet, and if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, also that's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Brandon will take, he's taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of side now.
See, my question is, do they know they were recorded when they were telling her this? Because I'm pretty sure they were probably just telling her this to get the fuck out of the store. They didn't care, what she had to say about anything. They're like, we're taking over. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
So obviously, one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides.
Yeah.
Abnormal stuff. Sure, maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaway, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't fully know 100%, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night.
I agree with that. I think this all kind of lies somewhere in the middle here.
The takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think.
Okay, my question is, did Brian get paid? Is the number that Brian got paid the I think it was like 17,000, right? Is that the true number, or is it higher? The stuff that was sold offsite, was that Brian's doing? And if that's the case, why wasn't that brought up in the bin stuff? Like, what is this all about?
Especially if your starting number is $200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their...
I agree with this 100% too. Brian if Brian was not involved in any sort of thing outside of, this current situation, and he was just handing over this stuff to Bricks and Minifigs, Crystal, all of them are the ones that this should be focused at. Should not be focused at Brian. Ben is also kind of, in my personal opinion, kind of innocent. He just needs to do better. I think a better job of, in the future, doing these investigations, like having someone on board who will do the research, having some form of a legal team. And I know it's expensive to have a legal team, but there's a lot of eyes on this. Like, I think from now going forward, like you've got enough notoriety at this point to have like some like people who want to help you out. Yeah, the contract dictates the remedy here. Yeah.
Service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea. As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these.
Reckless Ben and CoffeeZilla would make a good team, though. I think Ben knows enough in terms of investigative journalism to be dangerous, and he just needs someone like a CoffeeZilla to rein him in, to be like, hey, let's think about this. Let's rein this in a little bit, and let's come at it from an angle of like, you're the investigator. Like, you know, kind of like how Channel 5 kind of is, where it's like you're there to just facilitate getting the information. That's kind of how I would see Reckless Ben going forward being. Just like a passive sort of like a face of like this investigation. I cannot see going forward, like, to me, like, I wouldn't have the stomach to keep doing what Reckless Ben is doing. Reckless is an accurate handle. 1.3 million. How the fuck do they think it's worth that? The thing is, though, it's a frivolous lawsuit. They can sue for whatever fucking amount they want. They probably think they're going to probably spin it as they've lost $1.3 million in sales because of this.
Legos at Bricks and Minifig store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of...
If he has that footage, that's the stuff I want to see. I want to see how they react to that.
People here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out.
Oh, wow. They're going to...
all that makes sense to you, because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are any of these numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But
it's not crazy. You know this guy's going to spin it. He's going to spin it.
What's crazy to me, again, like, all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, $20,000 worth of Lego in...
Okay. So your press release was not right.
Of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just, like... Can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says...
There is such a better way to handle... There's such a better way to handle all of this shit instead of being like, can you understand why we did what we did?
Hey, you owe me $60,000.
Your photos, evidence is shit, yeah.
We go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Crystal mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego?
Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, I mean, it's his Lego. He wasn't paid for it.
Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell, is like, they say, you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried it. They were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification.
But
documentation, is that unreasonable?
No, it's not. But someone did walk in, hand the previous franchisees a bunch of inventory, and you're like, prove it. Fuck off, dude.
I think.
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like I understand, a spreadsheet and a contract are.
He is fucking squirming right now.
Are a good start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the
way. But that's not true. They've tried to give it to him. I watched the fucking video.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says,
a contract is a good start.
Used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
Oh my god.
This is the Mansell list, I believe.
So this would have been created under so we
This is I think right here just the moment where you're just like I think you're just literally going like, man, come on. BAM took over possession of the store in the consignment contract. They owe Brian his Legos. They cannot locate them. They owe him monetary compensation. Their dispute is with the franchisee. Exactly. It's with Crystal and her husband.
We have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, this is yours.
I had no idea. So if this is the first that anybody has shown me that a spreadsheet was created using Bricks and Minifigs Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal.
Okay, and it is part of your fucking. Okay, I'm going to tell you how an email server works. All right, because it looks like they have a company-wide email domain. This was stored on their domain. They have access to Crystal's emails. They have access to all of this stuff. Depending on the back end, they can look up this stuff. They have ways of digging through emails on the back end. I know this because I used to run a mail server, and this is bullshit. And this is a way of just being like, oh, I didn't know. Oh no, I didn't. What? Huh? This is plausible deniability to these guys. Like, well, I didn't see this. Oh no. This is why they parted ways with the two other guys. Yeah. He's playing stupid. Exactly.
We don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things and understand.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is the inventory sheet that you guys had, and they got a hold of it. How did they get a hold of this? And it's owned by you.
And I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't know, and you can't we don't know everything.
He's getting redder. Like I've been watching this whole thing, and his as someone who gets red pretty easily myself, this guy does not get red very easily, and he's starting to pink up.
We don't go, looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. We just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it, they're going to have to make a judgment call and say who's telling the truth. The people who were taking all the pictures and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest.
Yeah, they had the evidence, but demanded the evidence. It's ridiculous.
$5,000 there.
It's also ridiculous too because you can watch the footage. Reckless Ben came in being like, "Hey, you're asking for this. I have it. I can give it to you." It's bullshit. His hair is even getting redder.
Really? That makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is oh, and therefore these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place.
It's more than 5%, though. That's the thing. It's more than 5%.
Or it was sitting there in the
Even
store,
handlebars, yeah.
and we didn't get pictures of it.
If I
That's the more
messed
reasonable
up,
explanation.
if I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that. It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
Okay, I mean, I think that is a reasonable response to this. Happy afternoon, y'all. Bricks and minifig time. Yeah, actually, I'm about to bolt here. I might do a stream on Friday. I don't know if people are interested on like afternoon streams on a Friday. They would be shorter, like maybe an hour to 2 hours, maybe 3 at the most. But it would just be kind of like going over news. I'm gonna kind of keep these streams open to just being like a free for all at this point, because it's one of those things where like I think there is just like news that is popping up and necessary conversation stuff. Like it's fun to watch them, but we usually talk about other shit. So.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
Sounds far more reasonable and honest than BAM, which I agree with. I still think that there is, look, as someone who is not a great record keeper themselves, I've been there where you're like, fuck, I don't know. But I know I did this and I know I did that. We need to, let me do some research. I am a terrible record keeper in that sense, but, like I think if you can get all the information or you have access to it all, maybe it would make more sense.
I mean, that's new.
I think Bricks and Minifigs has a lot more to hide. I do think Crystal and her husband did interject themselves into the situation. Probably should have stayed behind the scenes, maybe stuck to the investigative side of things instead of being like, yeah, so this company's evil. Because they don't look good in this situation right now. And they should have been there to facilitate and even say like, hey, we need this information. There's stuff that's missing here.
New information no one's ever found out. So that's like awesome. They're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally going to destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what
Nice. I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I think this is obviously done well before like all the stuff that happened with Ben being like kind of like told like, hey, can't release any information. This is all done, and I think there's a little bit of bravado in some of the statements, but this whole thing is very, very messy, like from start to finish. Like legitimately, no one in this looks good with the exception of, I think, Brian, the guy who had Brian and his father who had the Legos. I think that's it. Willing to bet you interview other franchise owners and you'll see a pattern. Yes, because that, if it's corrupt at the top or if it's shitty at the top, it usually is shitty down the ladder. If you shit at the top of the ladder, it's gonna splat on everyone else on the ladder. This is just gonna happen. Yes, there is a restraining order. Gormans are suing Brick and Minifigs. The lawsuit claims Brian's collection had an original. That's the stuff right here that they're gonna lose because of that. They're gonna lose because of that shit. A judge is gonna throw that out, and it's just gonna be no, not good. It's not a good thing. All right. I have to piss again, like really bad. So we're gonna make this kind of quick here. Trying to get some music up as I depart here. Here we go. There we go. Sad it all started out with Brian saying he chose them because they had a good reputation for getting good prices. And that's the thing. There was a period of time where I was looking for a consignment to sell my personal collection. And as I looked into it, I was just like, this is not good. This is not a good situation, first of all. And the amount of money that is like siphoned from a collection is a lot. I think BAM's corporate screws their own franchisees on purpose. Oh no, I agree. I think they'll throw them under the bus, like if something were to happen. All right, I legitimately am squirming here, but I do appreciate everybody hanging out. That is the business model of franchises. It is. I mean, we also live in late stage capitalism, so it's not the corporation's fault. It's the person below me's fault. Blame them. I didn't know about it. Fuck. What? Huh? I was included on an email? I don't remember that email. What? All right. We might do something on Friday. I don't know yet. I'm gonna see what I've got going on. I've got some business related stuff. I might do it. I don't know if this is something that I want to do a 3-day a week thing or not. I don't want to burn people out on seeing my face. So Corp is driving the bus. Yeah. They totally are. They totally are. But I might do something on Friday, but if not, I'll see everybody Monday. Hope your migraine feels better. Actually, the reason why I have to pee so bad is I literally drank about over 24 ounces of water while sitting here with you guys that was filled with Gatorade. So I do feel a lot better. I also took a sumatriptan, and I'm in a better spot right now. So I'm going to go walk some dogs, go make some dinner, and yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Like I said, if you guys want, let me know in the comments if you want to like see a video on Fridays, or not video, but like hang out on Fridays. I can do that too. But if not, if I don't hear anything, we'll pick it back up on Monday. Maybe we'll watch the Necessary Conversation, and we'll go from there. You and the dogs can compete. Yes, I'm going to go do that right now. All right, everybody. Have a good night, and I will talk to y'all soon. Bye.